Good morning, everybody. We're time to reconvene on the public agenda items for the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. At this point, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask CEO McKee to lead us in that pledge. May we please get the announcement of the interpreter?
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Any additions to this particular agenda, Madam Clerk?
There are. We have a correction to the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters for item number 14.1. It's in receipt of a revised board report, and the adjournment to adjourn in memory of Lorna Monroe and Patty Lord Millay.
But we're on Water Resource Agency, so.
No corrections to the water resource, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Let's go ahead and see if we have any general public comment for the Water Resource Agency. At this point, we'll open up the floor, see if we have any public who wants to comment to the Water Resource Agency Board. I have hands up via the Zoom, so I'm going to turn to that method and look at Mr. Bill Lipe. Mr. Lipe, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say there's a lot of things going on with water in the Salinas Valley and on the Monterey Peninsula. It's become increasingly clear that it's just an extreme political discussion and consideration. And that's not what stakeholders were told with Sigma. I don't believe that's how stakeholders in general feel, that it should be a political equation that helps define and understand and solve our water issues. The CalAm example is just a perfect example, but it's really happening in a lot of other discussions and other agencies and other committees, which the county is also involved with. And obviously you oversee the Water Resource Agency. So I would really hope that folks would just be cognizant that there are some very good discussions going on. There are some really good ideas being discussed. Nothing's been determined as of yet. And I know that can be frustrating, but we really need to let the process play out, and we need to have it based on the science and not the politics. Because the political solutions we've done in the past here in the Salinas Valley regarding water resources have not always worked out very well. And I think we see it happening right before our eyes with the CalAm, City of Marina, County of Monterey fiasco that's going on, where politics has completely infiltrated the entire decision, which is not correct in my opinion, and I believe a lot of stakeholders feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lipe. Seeing no other hands up at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. We do have a consent calendar today with one item, and I will see if I have any public comment on that consent item. Seeing nobody in the room, no hands. Oh, Mr. Lipe, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just full disclosure, sitting on the Reservoir Operations Advisory Committee last week, this topic came up, and there were obviously some very concerned folks from the reservoirs that have properties down there that had a lot of questions. And there were also other questions from the public regarding this issue, really around the study and the validity of the study and how it got paid for. What fund did those monies come from to pay for the study? Overall, I think it's probably a good idea to do this, but there are a lot of questions, and I think staff is working on that, but I thought you should be at least made aware that it may not affect your decision here to do the first reading as part of the process. But just know there are stakeholders out there that have some questions, and I'm sure Water Resources staff and council will probably already has begun talking with you about some of the issues raised and the questions asked. So thanks for that consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lipe. Bringing it back to the board with no additional hands up, what is the will of the board?
Move consent.
Second.
Got a motion from Phillips, a second from Alejo. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Parker,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom, and I'll turn to the clerk for additions and corrections.
Thank you. There are additions and corrections to this agenda, and that is to correct item number 14.1, which is on the 1:30 scheduled PM matters, and that item 14.1 is in receipt of revised board report, and in the adjournment, to adjourn in memory of Lorna Monroe and Patty Lord Maitlis. Malay.
Thank you very much. So we have some additions and corrections. Can I get a motion to approve those additions and corrections?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion from Parker and a second from Supervisor Adams. I'll quickly see if I have any public comment on those corrections and additions. Seeing nobody in room, no hands up via the Zoom. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Parker,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion carries. At
Mr.
this point,
Chair?
we're on our consent. Yes.
Sorry, before we move to consent, could I just ask, how is it that we and the public can see the revised documents that get added or changed in taking this action? This has been puzzling me for a while, and I just remembered to ask today.
Through the clerk, to the clerk.
So yes, we do provide the copies to the board, and we should be emailing them to you guys, the board in here, and then we put them out for public for pickup. And then when we're working on the item, we do upload the new revised report.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll head into the consent calendar. Is there a member of the board who'd like to pull an item from today's consent calendar?
I would like to pull number 35 just for a comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And I would like to pull 22 for a question.
Okay. Seeing no other members, I'm going to turn to the public. See if there's any members of the public who'd like to pull items from today's consent calendar for comments or questions. Seeing nobody in the room, no hands up via the Zoom. We'll come back to Supervisor Phillips on item 35 for comments.
I just wanted to thank Public Works for moving this forward. It's an intersection at Salinas Road and Werner where we've had a number of accidents, and it's a dangerous intersection. We get upwards of 25,000 cars a day on this stretch of called the G12. So this will be a big interim step. And they've designed it so it will complement when they do the more long-term road improvements. So I just wanted to comment on it. I know my district out there has been very vocal about doing something that for the safety of our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips, and for your advocacy on that effort. Any other comments on 35? Seeing no additional hands up from either the public or the board, I'll go ahead and turn to item 22 and send it over to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is ratifying the execution of the approval with the agreement for the Coalition for Homeless Service Providers to operate Project Runke program. And with this shift, you're often contacted by people looking for access for Project Runke. Where shall we direct referrals for assessment and follow-up?
Turn to the CAO for a response.
Out there.
Supervisors, if I may, this is Lori Medina. Lauren Suansupa is on the line and is prepared to give you a response for that.
Thank you.
Hi, For the referrals for Project Room Key, those should still be directed through the health department and by healthcare providers who are able to acknowledge the eligibility requirements for those who are in need of Project Room Key services.
So directly to the health department then.
Right, and the health department can make the referrals then to the EOC, who would take those referrals and make sure they get into the appropriate program.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other questions from members of the board on item 22? Seeing no additional hands up, I'll see if we have any public comment on item 22.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I thank Supervisor Adams for asking that question. In dealing with the public, there are people suffering, and I ask for coordinated assessment. Please reactivate the Stakeholders Advisory Committee like we've asked, because there are people wanting to commit suicide. I have contacted the this board of directors. Supervisor Adams' office is the only one that followed up, and we really need your help because people are in imminent danger. I ask you to do due diligence. There is not a process that the people can work with. People are being put back on the street. They activated it, then they deactivated it, and we have been doing engagement. You know, Supervisor Lopez, I know this region. We have a cultural competence action plan. I've spoken with Dana. Everyone knows us. Please go through us. And with Supervisor Armenta and Supervisor Parker, we went before the Health and Human Services. In 2015, they were directed to work with us. Rosemary Soto was going to. You can look back when there was possible El Nino. Please, Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Parker, Supervisor Phillips, you know me, and you directed before. We're in a state of emergency. I requested an emergency referral, and the board directed the Homeless Coalition, which is underneath the civil investigation, who's in charge. They cannot coordinate and engage residents, and we're going through displacement where the police will continue to do what they're doing. There are civil grand jury reports that say nonprofits cannot do this work. Work along with us because we have had over 39 deaths, babies in trash, and with peer-led triage navigation, we'll be able to do due diligence because it's about all of us, and it's about a multidisciplinary response. I ask that the board will move on this behalf to work through the direction of Manny Gonzalez, Rosemary Soto, and the Stakeholders Advisory Commission. You can look in 2015. I can send the board the video of when that they were directed by Simone Salinas. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Appreciate your public comment. And again, this is regarding item 22 on the agenda.
Correct. Project Room Key. I guess to some degree, I wanted to express some dismay as far as there being a shortfall. You know, like people are getting driven out. There's going to be more people driven out, shelter in place, but yet no rooms are offered, and plus most people are at capacity. So all the hospital or all the hotels are already at capacity. Where are people going to go? You know, it's shelter in place, and then plus it's winter season, and so now we're going to be driving more people into oblivion instead of Project Room Key, and go, well, I don't know where everybody went. I guess nobody wanted services, but you know, there's a tandem here between the city and the county. You folks are dropping the ball, and with Project Room Key, that should be expanded. And if it can't be done to capacity, then you folks need to intervene and say the city needs to stop the sweeps. And, you know, to start connecting people with services, you can do managed space, managed organized space, and make trash a pile. It'd be better to have it as a dumpster. It'd be better to have regular pickup, running water. We're just not making it. And the room key would be nice as far as indoors, but if we're not doing the outdoors part of it, you can't really give yourself kudos for the indoors.
Thank you. Rita.
Hi, my name is Rita Acosta. Since March, when shelter in place started, I'm one of the volunteers that went to all the campsites, getting information, people sick, returning it into Tina LaPearl. She turned it into the health department. We, the people out here, worked together very hard to get the information that our city needed. And once again, the people are the ones to lose. I know you guys are doing the project room key and stuff like that, but just by putting a person inside a room is not helping them. You guys put them inside there, and guess what? Resources don't come to them. They're saying people are going to come in and talk to them and everything. Nobody comes and talks to them, so they're getting kicked back out in the street because they're saying they're not following through. How can you follow through when nobody's following up with you? You know, and I know this to be true, once again, due to the fact that we're the ones that gone out there and get the names for the people who want rooms. Our health department didn't even come out here. Nobody came out here. No city officials, nobody came. It was us, we, the people who did it. And now, again, we, the people, are the ones who's getting pushed back out into the streets. When we come back out here, where are we getting? Moved again. So what is one to do? I mean, you work with the city, you work with you work with the people that you're supposed to, but at the end, you still lose. How are the people benefiting from that? How are they getting help? How's that help? People are coming back out here with nothing because they gave everything up to get into a room. And then they get thrown back out here with nothing. You know, you guys need to realize it's human lives out here. We just buried another person from Sherwood Park. You know, people are dying waiting for services. You know, when things don't work, it's like, oh, well, 10-year plan isn't working. We're starting over again. We don't have time for that. People are dying. You know, we just want you guys to remember, human beings, shelter in place, not if you're homeless. They just moved people out of the Sherwood parking lot. There's no place for people to go, but you keep moving people around. You know, I just think it's a shame.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comments in the room, I see a hand up via Zoom, Mr. Bill Light.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I empathize with folks are saying there in the public comment. This whole shelter-in-place thing has really really gone beyond the bounds of how we operate as a society and a civil society, and being able to help the folks that need it. And I think part of the real travesty here, and I know this is in regards to Project Roomkey, but the county received millions of dollars. I don't know how many, I guess I could go back and look, but millions of federal funds were received that were spent on things over at the Monterey Fairgrounds, helped build that huge structure out at the Marina Airport. I believe there were other things that were set up that were never used. That was money that you could have allocated towards a more permanent type of program for housing for folks in need. But it just seems like that money just came and went, and it got spent. And it seemed, and I think the counties had full discretion on how to spend that money, because I've seen other counties spend it, some in good ways and some in bad ways. And I'm just curious as to how we reflect on that and account for all the money that got spent and what it got spent on. So maybe we don't do that again. Maybe we could have built permanent beds, out at the Marina Airport, used eminent domain and tell the flying car people, too bad, sorry, go somewhere else. We're going to use the structure permanently for a homeless shelter. I just think we need to think about really getting things done and getting things done the right way, instead of just spending money for spending money's sake. And I think the fairgrounds and some of these other things that money got spent on really returned nothing to the public, and especially to the people that actually needed those services. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional hands up, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the board. We have a full consent calendar. What's the will of the board?
Move consent, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We've got a motion. Got a motion from Phillips and a second from Parker. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Parker.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. Motion carries.
Alejo,
Thank you very
aye.
much.
Alejo, aye.
Thank you.
I was helping my dad. So
Thanks for the clarification, Supervisor.
Hey, he woke up.
No, I was helping my dad. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and look at our ceremonial resolutions. We have items 3, 4, and 5. I would like to make that motion as one of those is very important to me, and I'd see if I could get a second on that.
Second.
Yeah, I've got a motion from myself and a second from Phillips. I'm going to go to public comment, see if we have any public comment on these ceremonial resolutions. Okay, seeing none. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
We have a late public comment.
Aye.
For Ray Corpus, in light of what we have to do to have the discussion, I give thanks for the ceremony that we'll do today. And hopefully as we do the ceremony, it'll lift up a standard for health in all policies. And so as that we move forward with being aware of him and Gunther, building the buildings is good, but building the people is better. And so we can work through the governing for racial equity. And so and us recognizing him, recognizing Ray Corpus is recognizing the city, the community residents as a whole in Salinas. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and start that roll call vote over again.
Can I, excuse me? Can you hear me?
We do comments after, unless you have an objection to the motion.
Perfect. I will wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Supervisor Adams, okay, good.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to turn it over to Lori Butterworth, the Executive Director of Jacob's Heart, to make some comments on item number 3, the September 2020 Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this very deep honor to be with you today, especially today as we end Childhood Cancer Awareness Month for September, which was originally brought to through our community to national attention 22 years ago. And so this marks a very poignant and meaningful Childhood Cancer Awareness Month as we acknowledge the impact of this pandemic on the medically fragile children that we serve at Jacob's Heart. Yeah, I've been with this organization, like I said, for 22 years, and never before in our history has something hit our families and our children so hard and made it so difficult for them. And Jacob's Heart has been able to really pivot on to family needs in ways that are direct and meaningful. So this is especially meaningful for us this year. And I would like to just take a moment to honor the 5 children who have died during this pandemic of cancer. And really just remember them, each and every one of them. And we look forward to a time when we can honor them publicly in the ways that they so deeply and richly deserve. And I would like to just turn it over for just a moment to Mariela Medina. Some of you know Mariela. She's a 4-time childhood cancer survivor and is here with me, and I'm honored to have her speak to you all for just a moment. Thank you, Mariela. If you could tell a little bit of your story.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for having us today. It's been a pleasure to be part of Jacob's Heart for 15 years and receive their services as a teenager with cancer. Fast forward till today, I'm a family support specialist. I'm going on working here for 7 years. I work specifically with the teens, but of course we take care of all families. And COVID has hit us definitely hard, and it's been really hard for us to get creative, but we have been able to do it. And we're not going to stop, whether it's COVID or anything else that hits us. We stand firmly with trying to be able to get creative, get them the services that they need, whether it's groceries, transportation. And so I'm very honored to be able to serve the County of Monterey. I'm a member, I live in Salinas, so, it's very big to me to serve this county. So thank you very much.
And maybe you will be a member of the Board of Supervisors someday very soon, Mariela. So it is just this year, especially, I know we do this every year to remember and honor children with cancer in our community. Cancer, pediatric cancer is not going away. It remains the #1 killer of children by disease, but far ahead than cystic fibrosis, AIDS, all the other major diseases combined. And our community in particular has some deep, deep challenges with childhood cancer. And the fact that we all come together every year in this chamber or on Zoom this year to honor them, remember them, and acknowledge their struggles and acknowledge Jacob's Heart as being here day in and day out, supporting these precious children and their families, especially now when we can't really touch them, hug them, be with them in the ways that we generally do. I just want to thank you and honor this community for honoring these children and families and really lift them up, especially, like I said before, the 5 who have died, one just a couple of days ago from our county. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori. I did just want to make some brief comments here as well. My goddaughter is a survivor of brain cancer. She's only 8 years old now, but when she was just 3 years old, they found a golf-size ball at the back of her tumor at the back of her head. And this year she was able to cut the ribbon for the Relay for Life here in Salinas to help kick off the celebration for Cancer Awareness Month. But as childhood cancer, obviously, I know that the slogan is Go Gold, and give to research, do your best to make the change that you can make. And watching her cut the ribbon this year with that huge smile on her face, and using the opportunity with her face mask to share families that are struggling with cancer story on her face mask was just something I was so proud of her for. Her name's Livy Ingram, and so I want to send her a shout out today as a survivor as well, and tell everybody else out there who's fighting it that there's other examples in this community of those who have fought and won, and as a community we've got your back, and that's what we're doing today by passing this resolution and raising awareness. So thank you, Lori, and your team. Mariela, congratulations, and we continue to battle with you, but thank you for all that you guys are doing to raise awareness, to raise funds, to help the research move forward so that hopefully we find a day where we have a real cure. But thank you for all that you're doing. We appreciate you. Any other members of the board at this point wish to make a comment?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Chair. I was at the grand opening for the new building several years ago, but we also have a close family member to our kids who they had a child that was benefited by all the work that was done by Jacob's Heart, and it was truly impressive, and it got the family through a real tragedy. So congratulations, and they have our full support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this point, we're going to go to item number 4, which is the resolution recognizing Ray Corpus, and I had some comments from Elsa Jimenez, our Director of Health. Elsa?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to start, it was my resolution, so I would ask you to speak first, and then we'll pass it to Elsa, please.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we're honored to have our Salinas City Manager, Ray Corpus, join us on this Zoom call, and we'd love to hear comments from him as well after Ms. Jimenez and I share a few words. As you all know, and as has been publicized in the news, Ray Corpus is set to retire in the next few days. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize his exemplary leadership and his career in public service. And so, it's with a heavy heart that we celebrate his career, knowing that he's done a lot of tremendous work in Salinas and really helped move this city forward. It was only just a few years ago where Salinas was really in the middle of some hard times with rates of crime and a lot of other issues that we needed to address. Several years later, crime has significantly dropped, and we've instituted some major capital projects in the city, but also some major initiatives that are first of its kind. Not to mention important decisions that Ray has done, some in the first in the city's history, including hiring the first female police chief, and most recently hiring the first fire chief for the city. So you talk about some trailblazing work and opening opportunities for others as he leaves. Today was just a moment to recognize his legacy of work and his contributions to uplifting the families in Salinas, but also making Salinas a better place to live for everyone. So I just want to read this resolution that we just approved today, and then we'll have our health department also share some works about his work. But this resolution, basically, it's adopting a resolution recognizing Ray Corpus for his contributions and dedication to community needs, including supporting health in all policies as part of the economic development element and involving community and city strategic planning. Whereas Ray Corpus has 48 years of local government public positions, including almost 9 years of public service as a Salinas city manager. Ray Corpus, during his tenure with the city of Salinas, initiated new city revenues, such as leading the effort to draft and pass Measure G, a 1% local sales tax for the city, which included additional funding for the city's libraries and parks and recreation, both important community resources contributing to the residents' health outcomes. Ray Corpus oversaw important community project developments, including the El Gavilan Library, soccer complex, and the Alisal Vibrancy Plan, the latter being a key new project influencing land use and development under-resourced and low household income area of the city, and the process for which included an all resident-led steering committee. Ray Corpus oversaw efforts by the city to shift how it thinks about and executes community engagement. He worked hard to improve relations between the city and the county and address homelessness issues and increase affordable housing in the city. Ray Corpus has ensured the city's support for communities aligned for safety and community peace initiative, which has contributed to declining violent crime and homicide rates in the city. Ray Corpus has made race equity training for city staff and community relations a top priority, including governing for racial equity, training that has blended in trauma-informed healing practices by the National Compadres Network, development of a GRE steering committee made up of equal parts of community and city leadership, and currently having over 50 city staff participating in a regional training development in partnership with Race Forward, the City of Salinas, Building Health Communities, and the County of Monterey. Therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of the county and all its residents thereof, do hereby adopt a resolution recognizing Ray Corpus as a steward of change for his contributions and dedication to community needs, including supporting health in all policies as part of economic development element and involving community and city strategic planning, and contributing to healthier outcomes for residents of the city of Salinas and Monterey County. With that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll pass it to our Health Department Director, Elsa Jimenez. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Alejo. Elsa Jimenez, Director of Health Services. I'll just make a couple of statements, as I think the resolution comprehensively covers just the great contributions Mr. Corpus has made, not only for the city of Salinas, but has also helped to influence other county-wide efforts. You know, from a health department perspective, when their city general plan opened up, he was very much interested and supported the idea of incorporating a health element. Unfortunately, we didn't result in a complete health element, but the economic development element did include a quality of life section that really speaks to the city's commitment to ensuring that the city is to be designed in a way that really helps to promote well-being for all of its residents, with access to green space, safe, walkable communities, et cetera. And then another matter where he was very supportive in terms of a county and city partnership is in the area of animal services alignment. From inception, when we started to have discussions about, you know, we could do better in terms of better serving our residents, both in the city and our unincorporated areas, and helping to meet their field service operations as well as sheltering of animals. He was a supporter from the beginning in terms of beginning to have those difficult conversations about the city and county coming together and really looking at how as two entities could come together and better serve our residents. And so because of his support, we're still on that journey and hopefully coming to a point where we can have one service line for City of Salinas and unincorporated residents. Again, you know, definitely he is a steward of change, was very supportive of community weighing in terms of decisions to be made by the city and really having some processes, community-led, community-driven, and definitely not fearful of leading with race and addressing, the very uncomfortable topic that we as a community need to address, and if we're going to make long-lasting changes in our community to really advance all. With that, thank you for allowing me to say a few words about Mr. Ray Corpus.
Thank you, Elsa. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to go to Supervisor Phillips, who has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on my my congratulations, and it's certainly well deserved. Worked with Ray on a number of projects. He's one of the most competent administrators that any city could ever have, and I got to say, he's done a lot to improve the working relationship with between the city and the county that didn't always exist, and so he will be missed, but he's leaving Salinas in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisors? Okay. Then I'm going to take a little opportunity here to talk about number 5 on our agenda, which is a retirement resolution. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Ray Corpus was supposed to join us for some words. I just don't see him on the screen. So if you could just have staff double check, but he was supposed to share some words to receive this resolution on in his honor.
If he could raise his hand, I don't see him on either side of the Zoom, unless he's a phone number, and if so, if he would hit *6, or I'm sorry, *9 to raise his hand. Sorry, Supervisor, I don't see.
Yeah, if not, thank you. But I thank you all to all our colleagues to just take a moment to recognize his work, and we wish him well in his retirement. I know he's moving, I think, to be closer with other relatives, but on behalf of us and on behalf of myself, representing most of the city limits of Salinas, we want to just commend him and thank him and wish him a happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, so resolution number 5 on our agenda today is one honoring Ann Olson. For me, I look at the resolution and it talks a lot about Ann's work as an insurance agent, helping make sure that in our communities folks are taken care of. But for me, Ann's somebody different. Ann was one of my closest friends, is one of my closest friends' mothers. And so seeing her retire after watching all of our activity in our community for so many years in King City, it's a great honor to take this opportunity to recognize her efforts on behalf of South County and all of the families whose lives have been enriched because she was there to support them through some of the most trying times in their lives. Ann is one of those people who throws her hands into whatever's happening to make sure that she can help. And as an example of that, there's an annual crab feed. And I can tell you that crab feed in King City put on by Rotary is a mountain of work. Those things are not easy. Coordinating all the kids that are going to do cleanup and the food and delivery and making sure that all the helpers are in the kitchen. But every year that I showed up there, Ann was there conducting like a master in front of a symphony, just letting folks know where to go, where to be, and how to move things. And she did all that out of the kindness of her heart. She and her husband, John, are retiring, and it's a very, very well-earned retirement after so many years of dedicated service to the community in South County, specifically King City. And it gave me great honor to work with Margarita Lopez, who many know was a former council member down in King City, to put together this resolution to honor Ann and all of her contributions to our communities. And so today I just wanted to take a little time with this board to recognize her as one of those people who leads by example, and not just with the nonprofit work, but being a woman in business since 1993, owning her own business and running it extremely well, going out on top. And that's really a true testament to who she is as a person, dedicated to the community. And as we know in public service, when you give, the community reciprocates and gives back and supports. And so we wish her well in her retirement. It's extremely well deserved. We know she's got grandbabies out there that she's going to be spending more time with, and her kids are in different parts of the country, and we wish her and John well in their retirement, as it's extremely well deserved. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity in front of our entire community to say thank you to Ann for her decades of dedicated service. Okay, with that, we're going to head into our appointments. We have items 6 and 7. I want to see if we have any public comment on today's appointments. Seeing none, I'll come back to the board to see if there's any comments or a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Supervisor Parker, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez?
Aye. And can we check with Supervisor Alejo again?
Alejo, aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, our appointments carry. We'll head into our other board matters, start with board comments. We'll go to Supervisor Alejo first. Supervisor? Okay, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a lot going on in our district in the past week. Unfortunately, none of it's been very good. We've had 2 restaurants that are closed, 1 coffee shop and a restaurant are closed, and we have several other restaurants that are just hanging on. We unfortunately had a terrible accident Saturday night on what they call the G12 in San Miguel Canyon. There was multiple. I think they sent 5 ambulances there, 2 fatalities and 5 serious injuries. That's being investigated by the Highway Patrol as a possible DUI incident. And it typifies what the CHP, they have a special name for it, but with these roads that we have out in my district and some of your districts too, where we have 2 lanes, but they're heavily traveled and speeds are getting up there that if you have an accident, you can sometimes have a real serious accident. Also had a fatality, a motorcycle accident at Morro Road in San Miguel on Friday. We had Elkhorn Road near Kirby. There was a single car rollover, major injuries, a car fire, and that matter's under investigation. And finally, we had a shooting last week in Pajaro, 1 dead, 1 injured. That's being investigated by the Sheriff's Department. But it doesn't appear that it was gang related, but they're still looking into it. So like I said, we had a lot of activity. Unfortunately, it wasn't very good. Our hearts go out to the loss of life that we suffered here in 2nd District. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. We're going to go to Supervisor Parker next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick things. I wanted to mention that in District 4, I want to thank all of our residents for doing such a good job of following the shelter in place and the guidelines to keep themselves and everyone else safe and to lower the transmission of the virus. It's really starting to take hold, and really appreciate the fact that everyone is doing something, if not multiple things every day to make that possible. And so as a result, we have been on Hot Topics, we have been starting to invite guests to talk about topics other than the virus or the fires. And so last night we had J.R. Killigrew from Central Coast Community Energy talking about some of the really bold and interesting work that our community choice aggregation organization is doing these days. And it was really a jam-packed informational session, and we appreciate all the participation. And next week we are going to be talking about services to seniors in this challenging time. We'll be hearing from the Alliance on Aging. So anyone who is interested in participating, we do meet by Zoom, and it's at 5:30 on Mondays. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Adams next.
Thank you very much. I'm having a few challenges here today, but I want to thank all of the county staff and the agencies who participated in the first fire recovery town hall that we had last week after of course, the Dolan, the River, and the Carmel fire. Hopefully it was helpful to those who have been impacted by the fires. And if you had any questions that we weren't able to get to, please contact my office and we'll work on getting an answer for you. We're planning another fire recovery town hall on October 7th, and we'll provide details as we have them more available. So thank you so much to all of the staff and all of the agencies and all of the people who participated, and our hearts continue to go out to all of you who have been impacted by the fires. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I mean, here in Arizona, still helping my dad out up until tomorrow. But I just want to take a moment, first of all, to really acknowledge our court stepping in to extend the census. Unfortunately, I think today the news is that they removed the September 30th deadline for the census count, but now the U.S. Census Bureau is saying they're only going to extend it to October 5th rather than the October 30th previous deadline that would have given us more time to have a count in Monterey County and throughout the nation. So this is ongoing, unfortunately, but I did want to acknowledge the federal courts for at least stepping in, hopefully giving us a few more days, but the fight, I guess, will continue to hopefully be able to have the full month of October to continue our counts in Monterey County. I also just wanted to thank Congressman Pineda, our county superintendent, and our deputy fire chief of the city of Salinas for joining us on a census town hall last Thursday. I think it just another partnership and collaboration between different levels of government and really trying to message in these last days how important the census is for each of our residents. And I really want to thank Rosemary and all the community partners for doing a series of events on Friday, Saturday, I believe Sunday. Also just trying to raise awareness and just trying to do a last push over the finish line to get as many of our residents counted. So I think we're close, or we've already surpassed our count from 10 years ago, but we are still have so many residents still to be counted. So I just wanted to really encourage our residents that if you haven't filled out the census, to do so in these extra days that we have to make sure that Monterey County could fully benefit over the next decade to draw down as many federal dollars to help our families, our children, schools, health centers, our seniors. It is that important for us. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to share your comments about the census. I'm appreciative that at this point it looks like we might have some more time, but it doesn't mean that there's time to procrastinate. It's time to get out there and fill it out if you haven't done so yet. I know if you're watching this meeting, you're probably one of the people that's more than likely already filled it out because you were civically engaged, but please share that information with a friend. Ask those friends that you know aren't civically engaged to turn out and fill out their census. It's important for us. Every person who actually fills it out, those leads to dollars, and those dollars turn into action. Just last week, I was in King City, leaving the fire headquarters there downtown, and there was a road crew working in King City. It was two women cutting concrete, making sure to repave a portion that had a large pothole in it, and on the truck was the census placards. Just, to me, it was the perfect statement. This is what we need. We need folks to fill out the census so we can fix our roads, which impact us all, no matter who you are, what you drive. Every single person in our community is impacted by the census, and every person who fills it out, it turns into dollars. So I know we've heard it, but we need to keep driving it home. I want to say thank you to a long list of partners, including the City of Gonzales, the City of Greenfield, Ellen Martin, the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center, First Night Monterey, Assembly Member Robert Rivas, the Ag Commissioner. All these folks helped put together two giveaways last week of KN95 masks to our farm working communities in Gonzales and King City. When the census folks heard what we were doing, they partnered up and brought their event on site as well. So we were able to, as we passed folks materials through their car windows, being hand sanitizers, KN95 masks, and information about the census, when we asked them if they had filled out the census, if they said no, we had vacant parking spots. We said, pull over, fill it out now if you want. We've got folks who can help. And so those efforts working together in both the city of Gonzales and Greenfield led to some real good successes at the end of last week that would not have been possible without those partners. So I want to take that opportunity here to say thank you. I'm still working on an opioid town hall for South County. I know we did one here in Chambers, but we're going to be doing another one that leads to a training on Narcan, where hopefully we can get more cans or doses of Narcan into the community, because you never know folks in our community that might unfortunately be susceptible to the abuse of opioids, might overdose, but if you have that on your person in your car, you might save a life. And so I encourage folks to watch out for that. And once again, join us. Find the information. If you find it useful, make sure that you can get access to Narcan as we try to make it as widely available as possible to the community. And lastly, I did want to share with the community, I did get some photos yesterday of the EDD office in Salinas being closed, and I did share those with county staff. We're looking into why that closure happened, why it's left our area. Apparently the closest is now in Capitola. In a time like this, that is not a good move to move the office out of the area, and so we just got to continue to raise up the issues that we see, and I want to thank the community for bringing those to our attention. I have brought it to the attention of our legislators, and hopefully we can get some resolution on that fairly quickly. Obviously, that impacts our community's access to those critical resources in times like these. And with that, I want to turn to our CAO and see if he has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No referrals this week or any comments.
That felt too easy. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to go to general public comments. This is the portion on the agenda where the public has an opportunity to address this board on items not on today's agenda. We ask that folks limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll start with folks in the room, and I see someone at the mic, so please.
Mr. Lopez, thank you so much. You're helping us to see what we've never known or realized. Charles Ezra McCall was one of them that attended and was trained with the Enlace process that Angelica Chavez put together with Carmen Gill, and it's about what connects us. Indifference divided us, and they say evil triumphs when good men fail to act. What we're beginning to do is realize everything that's been closed, everything that we don't have, it's not what we lost, it's what we have left. So in dealing with part of the Cultural Competence Action Plan, what I asked for was district-specific community as first response. We need navigation centers that we can answer. We can deal with the Stepping Up initiative. And our governor passed the Senate bill that makes peers a reality. So we're at a historic time. If we're peer-led, if we have navigation centers in each district that are peer-ran, we can go out amongst us. We all know each other, but we've never met yet. So I ask if we can have a follow-up with the Cultural Competence Action Plan. Lucero Robles is leading us. Dana and Jill, there's a S project that deals with suicide in a film. If we can't reach beyond here, others can. And so my brother died in 2016. My son was hit by a train. I've lost a lot along the way, but I haven't lost hope. And I thank you very much if we can deal with district-specific response and cultural competence. I really appreciate you for bringing up all people so that evil won't triumph. We raise those that we don't see as champions of change, especially from King City to Monterey.
Thank you, Pamela. We appreciate your public comment.
Hi, Wes White, Salinas resident, co-president of the Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union, also running for Salinas mayor. Just trying to figure out a little bit more about cultural relevancy and how that can actually play as an integral concept within jurisdictions. I think quite a bit of bait and switch has been highly prevalent in all forms of business, industry, and government is its own industry as well. We got to focus on people, and it seems like this morning was really weird seeing the downtown streets team come and pick up litter and realize that they only get like a $10 an hour gift card, while their supervisor gets paid a regular salary, benefits, the administration gets paid. Everybody got paid to do a contract, and the people that they're helping get paid, gift cards, and maybe they get to stay indoors, inside a warehouse. And, it's just substandard, I think, and the way that we budget and finance. You know, we almost budget ourselves out of doing anything, and the easiest thing to do is just get rid of everybody. And that's a hardship that I don't understand how that works in public service. You know, League of Cities and Association of Counties, you do this across the board. The whole state does this. Sacramento is still doing sweeps, and they've even gotten court orders saying don't do it. And, you know, still, it keeps on going, and that's our state capital, and that's our role model for all the other jurisdictions around here. I mean, we honor Ray Corpus, and he's done a lot of wonderful things, but, you know, these jurisdictions take a mean streak, and that is highly prevalent as well in the way that the actions happen. The policies are stated, but not enacted the same way, and we need to worry about ensuring people's safety and their life.
Thank you, Mr. White. We appreciate your comments. Anybody else in the room? Okay. I'm going to go to the Zoom. I remind folks via the Zoom that wish to
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Lopez, Chair. My name is Eric Sand. I live in the Carmel Valley, and I'm here to make reference to the referral that Mary Adams originated on August 18th regarding acquiring the Carmel Valley airfield for firefighting efforts. I'm the chairman of the organization called CVSOS, Carmel Valley Save Open Space. The reference to parks is not really applicable. SOS stood for Save Our Souls originally, and so we use that term. The use of the airport to the fire we just had became immediately demonstrable in terms of safety for the Carmel Valley residents. 2 hours after Mr. Phillips spoke here in this very chamber about not having another park in the Carmel Valley, the fire broke out in the Kashawa grade. I talked to several firefighters in the Via Contenta firehouse there in the Carmel Valley Village just a few days ago, and they told me that if the Kashawa fire, aka Carmel fire, inappropriately named, had started originally at the time the river fire had started, the firefighting staging would have happened at the Carmel Valley Airfield and not Toro Park. Toro Park was chosen because of the closeness of the river fire. This emphasizes a great deal about what needs to be accomplished in terms of acquiring property at the airfield property. The property is currently in escrow, 2 parcels of it. The Carmel Valley Save Open Space is not, I'll quickly terminate, is not asking for a gift. What we're looking for is a loan from the county. We believe within 2 or 3 years we can acquire a bond issue that would not cost the county anything. It would be paid by taxpayers in a district around the airport. Thank you.
Mr. Sands. I'm going to go to the Zoom now and remind folks who wish to participate that we ask that you use the raise hand function. I do see somebody participating via phone, and I just want to remind you, if you're participating via phone, *9 will raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized. If you are a participant, we ask that you use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. It'll be 2 minutes per speaker. Mr. Leip, I see your hand raised, so we're going to go to Bill Leip first and give him the ability to unmute himself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding Supervisor Parker's comment about what can we do, I did go this morning to get my flu shot at CVS on South Main. They're advertising free shots. I would encourage other folks to get these. I didn't always believe in these shots, but I think this is something that's been examined over a long period of time, and if it can lessen the symptoms or help you avoid getting sick, then you should do it. In regards to the gentleman that just spoke about, and I spoke when this came before the supervisors before, that should be preserved absolutely for fire protection. I mean, if this year's fires didn't clearly illustrate the need for something like that, especially in a remote area like Carmel Valley, this isn't a park. This is about public safety. So I wish some of the folks saying that it's about a park issue and it's a political tit for tat, I think is ridiculous. So I hope we preserve that. And then I just want to get to Mr. Corpus. And I don't, Ray is a nice guy, but the city of Salinas financially is in a very difficult spot. There's labor relations there that are very problematic. The 1% tax they passed is not covering the amount of money they're actually losing year in and year out. So I understand these resolutions are nice sort of, pat on the back, into retirement, but the full record should be examined. And Mr. White raised some of the issues. And there are a lot of other issues with the city of Salinas. And I'm not saying it's all Ray's fault, but he is the city manager. There is no strong mayor in Salinas. It's the city manager's job to manage that. And he didn't exactly leave Seaside in a great situation either when he abandoned them to come over to Salinas. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Leip. That's the end of hands that I see. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board, and we're going to start our 10:30 scheduled matters, which begin with item number 11, which will be presented by Rick Encarnacion and Robert Durham. Mr. Encarnacion, are you with us?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. I'm going to share my screen and I'll present. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Rick Encarnacion, Assistant Bureau Chief for the Environmental Health Bureau. And with me to present is also Mr. Robert Durham, Management Analyst who oversees our Unified Franchise Agreement. I'd also like to note in the audience is Mr. Felipe Melchor, District Manager for Waste Management, and online in attendance is also Ms. Kristen Sromi, Public Sector Manager of Waste Management. Also to note, the General Managers for the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, Mr. Tim Flanagan, and Mr. Patrick Matthews of the Salinas Valley Recycles, Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority is also in attendance. Rob and I are here to present to you item number 11, an update to the Unified Franchise Agreement, number A-11631. To provide you some background on the UFA, back on February 2, 2010, an exclusive agreement was awarded to Waste Management Incorporated, DBA USA Waste of California Incorporated Carmel Marina Corporation. Later that year, the new agreement took effect and the new collection contract combined two contracts, the 2003 Northeastern and the 1995 Western franchise agreements. It removed barriers to recycling and also developed a rate structure that included incentives to reduce disposal and increase recycling and increase the number of special services to minimize illegal dumping. In January of 2019, the county met with Waste Management to hear the county's 5-year extension proposal for the UFA for solid waste service in the unincorporated Monterey County. Amendment 12 extends the agreement to June 30th, 2025, as authorized by UFA Article 2, which allows for a 5-year extension option based on the performance of the contractor. And it also caps the franchise agreement at 15 years. The county and contractor have met frequently to address outstanding items for both parties from January of 2019 to the present. Key points under discussion included the contractor's cost recovery to make them whole, the county concerns of illegal dumping, a third-party audit of Carmel Marina Corporation financials for rate adjustments, and diversion requirements. The extension of 5 years requires certain cost considerations and capital investment as proposed by Carmel Marina Corporation Waste Management, of a one-time 13.5% across-the-board rate adjustment. An extension will provide seamless service with an established and experienced vendor for the next 5 years to address many new state regulations focusing on recycling, organics, and solid waste. Environmental Health Consultants has also reviewed the Carmel Marina Corporation's proposal and financial documents, and he agrees the rates and capital investment are within industry range in his findings. As I've noted, Carmel Marina Corporation Waste Management has provided excellent service over the course of the past 10 years. You can see, all of the things that they've helped us with numerous community cleanups, especially during the disasters. They've been an operational ally, providing quick, excellent service, most recently with our most recent wildfires. They've helped us in the past when there have been landslides. They provided immediate emergency services, for example, on the spur provision of containers and services as soon as we asked for them. And also notably, there's a local customer service resolution, local customer service office in case of any complaints and any resolutions needed for any customer complaints. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Durham to provide more details.
Thank you, Rick. Chair Lopez, members of the board, I'll direct your attention to this matrix. As Rick said, this year we're coming to you with a 13.5% increase across the board. And that increase is due to the fact that our contractor needed to invest in trucks and other things to provide 5 years of service, of operational service. In addition, we need to cover this year's costs. So I'll direct your attention to the right-hand column for some common services that Waste Management provides. So in the blue is the district, top row, 35-gallon cart is been increased to $4.48 per month from $33.16 to $37.64. The commercial rate for 3 cubic yards at 1 time per week pickup is increased by $39.99. And the purple on the authority side, the same 35-gallon cart residential service is increased by $4.55 per month. And the business 3 cubic yards per week, 3 cubic yards once per week is increased $59.92 per month. And so again, this 13.5% across the board is for them to invest for 5 years of operations costs and to cover this year's costs. One caveat to these price increases is that solid waste in general go up for the state every year. And in our current contract, we do have a provision for low-income residents, which will save them 15%. And we will post that if it's not already on our website. We will post that on our website. Next slide, please, Rick. So just to go over the refuse, RRI, refuse rate index. So this year we're going by refuse rate index, which captures 5 categories: labor, fuel, vehicle replacement costs, vehicle maintenance costs, and the consumer price index for all items in the Bay Area. And 2022 and thereafter, we're going to slightly modify that. We're going to include a natural gas index, as some of Waste Management fleet runs on natural gas. We are going to add lines to account for the current recycling market. It has collapsed basically due to China's not accepting our materials, or if they do accept them, they must be uncontaminated, which is a very high standard. Lastly, we'll incorporate some bad debt until at such time that can be addressed by other means. So what this will do is make our contractor whole. This modified RRI in 2022 will reflect more accurately the market, and we can ask the contractor to operate at a loss. So this will be much more accurate. Next slide, please. So for the future of solid waste, I mentioned that costs will go up. So I mentioned China, they're no longer our dumping ground. The things that do make it there must be extremely clean, no more mixed material. It's a very high standard. In addition, statewide tipping fees will increase because we must increase our diversion rates due to state mandates. That will take an investment in infrastructure. One of the major pieces of legislation that is pushing this is SB 1383, short-lived climate pollutants. So for the next 2 or 3 years, this will be a high focus for our program. We must continue to divert, to recycle, in spite of the markets, and also include organics in our diversion rates. Just by way of comparison, and there's some jurisdictions in Southern California that have increased by 20% for their solid waste rates. So this is a statewide issue. So just look for that in the future. I don't know that 13% will be another figure next year, but they won't go down. So next slide, please, Rick. So today we're here to ask to authorize and approve this amendment number 12. This will extend the current agreement by 5 years. It will adjust rates effective January 1, 2021. That also incorporates capital investments for our vendor so that they can continue to operate for 5 more years and invest in the things they need to. And finally, it edits the current RRI so that in 2022 and thereafter, it'll better capture the operational costs and market costs in the state and in the world. So with that, I'll hand it back to the board for questions for us or for a contractor who is in the audience.
Supervisor Parker, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had a question about the bad debt. We're changing the formula essentially for cost increases to deal with bad debt, and you mentioned, you know, until another way of dealing with that issue can be found. Could you just give us an idea of what the issues are and what are some of the solutions that are being contemplated, that and when do you think those other solutions will be in place so that this might be able to be either reduced or removed from essentially the cost of living index?
Sure. So as you may know, there's an ordinance that requires mandatory garbage pickup. Now, in such case that a resident or business does not pay for that, that ordinance mandates that garbage still be picked up. So if a number of people or businesses do not pay, our contractor must eat that cost. So that's a dilemma. So as we've been meeting and negotiating these past few months, and we've come to this point, which is a success, we will continue to negotiate. And one of the solutions we've examined from other counties is that we could put a lien on property. So that would take, of course, some work and some legislation, but that is an industry practice. And it looks like probably the practice that will help and the most common practice. So that's probably our first choice, maybe not our only choice, but that would be addressed hopefully in the next year, if not sooner, because it is a priority, among other things, illegal dumping. So that is probably top on our list along with illegal dumping.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I had some of the same questions that Supervisor Parker did, but I just had a couple of additional questions. And then can you tell me about what percentage of the overall, whatever term you want to use, but how big is the debt? What is the percentage of the debt as we look at it in that regard?
I think
like, is it 1% or is it 0.5% or?
Sure. I think I'll ask our partner Felipe Melchor to raise his hand and see if he can't.
He's here at the dais, ready to respond.
Oh, thank you. There you go.
All right. Good morning, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors, and for Supervisor Adams. The result of the bad debt is about $1 million a year. For the increase, when we look at 13.5, if we just worked on an annual year, it would have been only a 9% increase. But since our contract expired in July, there's a retro component for 6 months, which brought it up to 13.5. The overall percentage of the 9% is about 4% of the increase is related to bad debt. And I agree with Rob Durham that the avenues and what we've looked at has been really to look at assessing the tax, the property on the tax roll, assessing the fees there. I think a year ago we were 800,000. We're up to $1 million this year with the added COVID-19, dilemma with the difficulty of paying the bill. So we knew it was important to address before we could move forward to the 5 years in a way of throw, and then also once we find a longer-term solution, we won't rely on paying customers to subsidize for non-paying customers, and I think that's the overall goal to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And so a follow-up question to that then is, how will this be monitored, and how regularly will it be monitored, so that we, the ratepayer sort of knows how long they're going to be carrying somebody else's debt in a certain sense.
Yeah, we monitor it every month, so we see the results happening in front of us. And as soon as we can come to an agreement with the county, I think we've met with Mary Zeeb, the controller, to really look at what the process would look like, costs that would be absorbed through our company so that they're not absorbed through the county for us to work through that process. So we understand that there's a portion of that amount that would go back just to alleviate the process and the fees and the cost to that. So we would like to do that.
Great, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. I got a question for Felipe. And I got to say, we've had nothing but good service from Waste Management, and especially for the cleanup issues that we have almost every month somewhere in my jurisdiction. But Felipe, I guess the question is, I know it was that way before, but the difference in the residential carts are pretty much similar between Monterey Regional and Salinas Valley Solid Waste. But when we're looking at the commercial rate for the 3 cubic yards, there's a difference of about $167 a month. Why is the diversity and difference in the two sides?
Thank you, Board of Supervisor Phillips. There's many components that add to that. One, right off the bat, that stands out to me is the two JPA's jurisdictions are completely different. They're not exactly the same. So if I could say the terrain or territory that we would service, if there were twins, we could probably be spot on the dollar amount for the cost of bins. Some other items that I took note of are fuel usage to cover one JPA versus the other are extraordinarily different. When we also look at the miles to provide the service within our agreement is different as well. So the mileage and the fuel and the number of hours of service to provide to that certain JPA. So you're starting to run into many factors that we look in to calculate our costs. The density of the two areas are completely different. And I think those are the items that we really look at making those costs be different. When you look at the area for Monterey Regional Waste Management District, it pertains to mainly Carmel Valley, Big Sur, Highway 68, and Las Palmas, which every one of those areas is densely populated, has a lot of customers that we can provide service along the way. We're not jumping to another stop. There's another stop immediately right after that. When you look at the area of the Solid Waste Authority, it ranges from the outer skirts of Watsonville, the San John Road area, and that stretches all the way down through San Luis Obispo County line. We go into Parkfield, we go down Jalón Road, we service San Antonio Lake, we service all the outskirts of Old Stage Road, River Road, up to Arroyo Seco. So you can see the drastic difference in the number of factors that we use to calculate the rate for that commercial. And it really probably doesn't have to do so much with just the fee at the landfill. It does have to take effect of how we're providing the service, the number of vehicles that we're using, the mileage, and the cost to provide service in the two different service territories. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. And that makes sense. It just, I know some local companies now are, because the cost is pretty high for the commercial, they're self-hauling and it's counterproductive on it. So, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, I think my only question is there a low-income business kind of program? And I just say that because of the time that we're living in. You know, things are tough for businesses right now. And my dad used to joke running several businesses in South County. He said, yeah, I run a nonprofit. We don't make any money. And I know for a lot of businesses right now, while that's a joke, it feels real. And seeing an increase like this at $60 a month, that's $720 a year. And that's a big number.
Forward, Chair Lopez, one of the items that we have done is participate with King City of King. They put out a utility using some of their funds, and then they did ask some of their service providers to participate in that. We did voluntarily participate in that, and that's to ease the cost for some of the businesses within their area. So I thought our cooperation with that city to demonstrate to others areas that it's doable in collaboration to make something happen, especially with COVID-19 and the impacts to commercial. So on your side.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that you guys have done a lot, and I do want to commend your crews during this COVID pandemic. There was a lot of fear early, and I know that dealing with the stuff coming out of people's homes that they no longer want, that's not always something that somebody wants to engage with, but your people stuck. You know, they made sure to show up every single day for our community to make sure that those things, that refuse left the property, that it got, you know, taken care of appropriately, keeping our environment as clean as possible. And so I do want to commend your team for all that they've done to help us with the cleanups, but also making sure that they had some really awesome attendance. I know you and I were lucky enough to talk about early on in the COVID pandemic, showing up and being there for our communities through the crisis. So I do want to thank you for that.
To the comments as well, and we appreciate them. They're well received. Is that all this couldn't be done without our frontline people. You know, they show up every day. We have early starts, and sometimes, even with the fires, it was difficult to get into areas. It was difficult to breathe. We had to provide safety precautions, and we've transitioned our operations to protect our employees and to keep them safe during the pandemic. So you guys are more than welcome to chime in or give me a call, and I'll fill you in on what we've done, because I think it will help separate some of the industry issues that we've been having with COVID-19. And we're a very nice example of a location that hasn't had too many folks test positive for COVID-19. So we appreciate your comments, Chair Lopez.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other supervisor hands up at this point, what I'm going to do is take it to the public and see if we have any public input on this item. I see nobody. No hands going up via the Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
Second.
I'll take a motion from Adams and a second from Parker. Can we go ahead and get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Just want to thank all the parties for, I know it's taken some time and quite a lot of negotiation, so thank you for finally getting to this point. So, aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you all very much. With that, we are at the lunch recess. We will reconvene. Oh, right at 12. 12:01 is a clock clicks over. It's the first time we've done that in a few weeks. In a few weeks, definitely.
Congratulations.
We'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you all.
Mic 5, test, test. Mic 7, test, test. Mic 8, test, test. Julian, test, test.
Test, test.
Podium, test, test.
+1, test, test.
Test, test. Wireless 2, test, test.
Hello,
Hello,
Ana Vargas. See that
Julian,
your
are you
hand is
on?
raised?
Julian, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Yeah, hi, this is Gary Malay. Kelsey Scanlon needs to have an invite to the meeting. She's presenting at the 1:30 hour.
All right, so I have sent her a meeting invite. I will resend it to her.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, let me
She just
confirm with you
texted.
if we have the right email address.
Okay. I just sent you an email request that I CC'd her on, so you should have it by that.
Okay. Also, once we add you, or once we add anybody as an attendee, I'm sorry, as a panelist, they will remain a panelist because this meeting is a reoccurring meeting. So that link should work to every single meeting.
Yeah, okay.
And she has been added.
Okay.
So if she accepted this meeting invite, it will populate her Outlook calendar. So all she has to do is go into her calendar, click on the meeting, and then from there there's a link, and that's how she could log in as an attendee. I mean, a panelist.
Okay, I'll find out if she got it. Thanks.
It could be that she even deleted the email. And the only people that I'm removing are people that are not in the county, except for Nick Tusculi. I think he's the only exception. Nick Tusculi is the only exception that if you're not a county employee, I remove him. Except for him because he's like a reoccurring. Ana Vargas, we see that your hand is raised. The meeting hasn't started. Is there something that you wanted to ask? I see you lowered your hand. Thank you. Yeah, I just confirmed that Chelsea's email address correct on Zoom, and we do. So I mean, I resent it. There's not much I could do after that. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the afternoon portion of our agenda for the day. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter, please?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
We're starting off the afternoon with the Hathaway consideration, which is the Shaw House in Monterey County. It's going to be a presentation from Craig Spencer. I believe Mr. Spencer is with us. We'll give him the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Monterey County. I'm presenting today a request for listing of a historic home in Big Sur. It is the William Shaw residence. The home was built, designed for William Shaw, who was a notable architect in the Monterey Bay area. He was the second Monterey Bay architect to become a fellow at the American Institute of Architecture and was known for his environmental design. There was a historic report prepared for this property that identified that this property is eligible for listing under the Monterey County Register as a good example of a work of a master architect, William Shaw, as well as a good example of modern style architecture due to its irregular shape. It was built sourcing local redwood materials in 1954, I believe, and was determined eligible under both criteria. The Historic Resource Review Board reviewed this application and unanimously voted to recommend approval of listing of this home on the Register of Historic Resources. And the applicant does intend to apply for a Mills Act contract. That Mills Act contract application will be processed separately. So staff is recommending that the board approve listing this home as a historic resource and available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I'm going to turn to the Board of Supervisors and see if any of them have questions or comments at this point. Okay, seeing no hands up, I'm going to go to the public, see if we have any public comments on this item. I see no hands up via the Zoom, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for action or consideration.
Like to move approval?
Second.
Got a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Parker. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Spencer. At this point, we're going to turn to Nick Chulos for a COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a fairly brief update today. We have two items we'd like to go over with you. The first is local and state metrics by Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi, and the second is a messaging update from TMD Creative, Nick Pasculi, our messaging consultant. Thank you. Do we have, okay. Well, maybe we should proceed with Christy then.
Christy Michi, are you available to give us an update?
Just a moment, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps we could go on to the second presenter while I try to get things sorted out.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Nick Pasculi is on the line there on the Zoom call. If he is, he can proceed.
Yes, thank you,
Chair Lopez, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure for me to be with you this afternoon. I want to give you a very brief update with regard to where we're at with messaging broadly in the county. As you may remember, we started to develop a couple different social media campaigns, one geared towards the holidays and discouraging social gatherings during the holidays, in particular Halloween, which is our primary focus on getting that messaging out. Second is we are also working on an anti-trash and rubbish campaign throughout the county, which is both related to COVID, COVID trash and other larger forms of trash that seem to be building up throughout the county since the pandemic began. Probably most importantly, that was implemented late last week is some new public service announcements that focus on testing and the importance of testing and the criteria, most importantly, for testing, and to break down those barriers to people who might be afraid to or be hesitant in getting testing. And then also we have another campaign that we launched, a public service announcement campaign regarding the flu shot and the importance of getting a flu shot in light of COVID, and outlines some of those reasons and how the flu and the COVID are similar symptoms and whatnot, and also helps to emphasize the importance of that shot, in particular if you live with or around people who have been impacted in some way, shape, or form by the virus. Finally, we're working with the health department on a couple of other campaigns that will include a public service announcement by another healthcare professional, which will be both in English and Spanish. Everything we are doing is in English and Spanish, and these campaigns are currently underway as we speak. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you should have any.
Thank you, Mr. Pascoli. Any questions from board members? All right. Seeing no hands up, we appreciate the report, Mr. Pascoli, and we'll see if maybe Christy Michi is now ready with the presentation. Christy?
Good afternoon. I think Dr. Moreno was planning to give the presentation. Dr. Moreno, were you able to join?
They're moving him over from the attendee side to the panelist side as we speak.
Okay, that's better. Thanks.
There we go.
All right. Good afternoon, supervisors. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer and Director of Public Health. And I'm here to provide just a brief update on COVID-19 as of today. I'll start with a state update. California Department of Public Health has released outdoor playgrounds and other recreational facilities guidance, and it provides directions for every county on the use of outdoor playgrounds and outdoor recreation facilities in order to support a safe environment for children and families. As you're probably aware, playgrounds across the state have been closed because of the concern about contaminated surfaces leading to exposure of children and their families to the COVID-19 virus. This guidance does apply to all counties, regardless of the tier that they're currently in. The playgrounds involved are those that are located in outdoor parks, campgrounds, and other publicly accessible locations, but does not apply to indoor playgrounds or family entertainment centers. Family entertainment centers must still follow industry guidance issued by the state. And in Monterey County, family entertainment centers can only provide entertainment services in an outdoors environment. This is the updated epidemiologic curve that Christy Michi and her team puts together. This shows the total number of cases by week during this pandemic, with the top portion of each bar in green representing the number of COVID cases that required hospitalization, and the remainder of the bar in light orange represents those COVID cases that were diagnosed in an outpatient type setting. You can see that now we have several weeks that we've had a trend downwards in total cases in Monterey County. This is the updated COVID hospitalization census graph, and it shows that we had in August a decline in the number of patients that were hospitalized due to COVID-19. However, in September, we plateaued there, and which means that at least for now, it looks as though the number of individuals on a day-to-day basis that require hospitalization due to COVID has been somewhat stable. And this is an updated chart of ICU bed availability. As you recall, early on in the pandemic, we were concerned that we had a concern about the number of ICU beds available for Monterey County residents and visitors. And we've been tracking this metric to determine whether or not we have adequate number of ICU beds to take care of any one of us should we need that level of care. And we have, in the month of September, we've remained steady in that we continue to have approximately 50% of our ICU beds available should any one of us need an intensive care level care. This is the slide that I've shown you now for a couple weeks now, and it's updated. As of last week, we had an adjusted, this blue line, represents the case rate with an adjustment. The actual case rate shows up in parentheses over the last 3 or 4 weeks. The adjusted case rate is what is plotted on the blue line, the blue curve. And well, unfortunately, even though our case rate went from 10.7 to 10.6, not much of a change. The adjustment took us from 9 to 9.9, and I believe that's due to even though we did have increased testing higher than the state average, it wasn't as big a difference this week, during this week of reporting. And so even though it's less than 10.6, it went down to 9.9, it still overall went up just a little bit. But if we look at going back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of reporting, 6 weeks of reporting, we do still see an overall trend downward with a slight increase this past reporting period. We're still below the case rate of 14, which allows waivers to be considered, but not quite below the case rate of 7, which would get us into, could make us eligible to get into tier 2 with fewer business and school restrictions. The orange curve is the positivity rate, and that has decreased over 6 reporting periods with a slight increase in positivity rate, which that does not get adjusted. That's the actual rate as calculated by the California Department of Public Health. So a slight increase. However, looking back over 6 rating periods, the overall trend still looks like it's headed downwards. The point I want to make again is a point that I do make every week, and I'm sorry if it sounds redundant, but it's the most important thing that I think we all need to take away from this, and that is if we're going to continue to expect and work towards a downward trend in our case rate and our positivity rate to get more of our businesses open, then we're going to have to continue to keep our distance from people who aren't in our household. We're going to have to continue to cover our face when we leave the house and wash our hands frequently. Last week I mentioned that businesses and schools really need to adhere to guidance, but as you can see, the state is also issuing guidance for playgrounds. Hopefully maybe they'll issue something for Halloween that would support our guidance that just came out on celebrating Halloween. So the general public also needs to be aware of the guidance that the state is sending out, which is intended to, again, decrease transmission of the virus. If any of us aren't feeling well, we really need to stay home. Don't go to school, don't go to work, don't go shopping, because we could be sick with COVID-19, and we don't want to spread that in our community. And we still have a variety of options for people visiting and living in Monterey County to be tested for COVID-19. If you're feeling ill, COVID-19, contact your healthcare provider. They may advise you to get a test. If you don't have a healthcare provider, we still have 2 OptumServe sites and some pop-up testing locations that travel throughout the county. And our hospitals and primary care providers are out there as well to provide testing. And finally, if you do get tested positive, your provider should be reminding you that you need to stay in isolation. And if your provider identifies you as someone who's been exposed to COVID-19, your healthcare provider should be reminding you that you need to stay in quarantine. We will be notified of positive tests as well in public health, and we do everything we can to try to get in touch with people who tested positive to remind them that they need to stay in isolation, or that if we identify them as being in close contact with someone who had COVID-19, that they stay in quarantine. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. I'm wondering if maybe you could go back to that last slide for 1 second. And perhaps we could get a flu shot. I mean, I know that it doesn't directly tie in, but I know it's something that we're all really concerned about, and making sure that folks are getting those flu shots ahead of any potential season coming to Monterey County is critically important, considering the overlapping issues. So maybe in the future we could add that as one more point to help the community get through this pandemic.
Thank you, Chair, for promoting public health. You're absolutely right. We all need to get a flu shot this year.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Parker next. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick Pasculi, in his update, mentioned the guidance for Halloween, and I think, Dr. Moreno, you did as well. Could you just go over the main points of what that guidance is, in case someone is tuned into this meeting and hasn't learned what that is yet?
Sure. So the recommendations or guidance that we put out for Halloween basically recognize that it is Halloween. Families like to celebrate. Their children look forward to it all year long. But in a pandemic such as we have now with COVID-19, activities that we typically enjoy in our Halloween celebration are the type of activities that can lead to transmission of COVID-19. So we've basically made 3 recommendations, those in groups, those that are not allowed. And that first group is basically in accordance with state guidance on gatherings. There are still no gatherings allowed. However, in Monterey County, we do recognize that small groups can commit to one another to provide a variety of different types of support services to one another. We call those social circles. So if you have a social circle and you've been able to keep that to less than 12 people, when you combine everyone in the household, then those groups should be able to continue to meet and support each other and enjoy that holiday coming up. What's not recommended is and indoor attractions like carnivals, festivals, or indoor haunted houses are not allowed as we're in tier 1. We're not saying that people can't trick or treat, but we do recognize, and I hope that people understand, that trick or treating does create situations where transmission is likely to occur. So we don't recommend door-to-door trick or treating or trunk or treating or tailgating treating because it brings people from different households together on a person's porch, and there's risk of passing contaminated candies and other items back and forth at people's homes. So we don't recommend it. What we do recommend people do is to do what people have been doing now for months, is being creative and socializing and supporting one another and celebrating. And so we do encourage online parties, online contests for pumpkin carving or costumes, for their kids. And we've been able to have some success with use of automobiles for past events like graduations. And so people may want to devise some type of plan for some type of events that rely on automobiles where people don't really have to get out of their cars, but they can still enjoy festivities, enjoy decorated homes, for example. And there are, I think, a few organizations that have created temporary drive-in amenities. So if anyone wants to do something like that, that can continue that with a holiday Halloween theme. So, and of course, our guidance does go over again the recommendations on how to take preventive measures so that we reduce the risk of transmission every day, but particularly during Halloween, and they're posted here. So I think Elsa put that up for us. I want to thank Elsa for posting that for everyone to see.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay. Seeing no hands going up, I believe there was one more presentation under this item by Elsa, or was that not? Okay. I did want to throw out a recommendation under this item for our board to consider supporting. Obviously, this morning I reported out that we were hearing from the community that the EDD office in Salinas was closed. Over the lunch hour, I did have a conversation with both the district director for Senator Caballero's office as well as Assemblymember Rivas's office, and they thought it would be a good idea when I proposed that we send a letter from the county just asking what the plan was from EDD to come back to Monterey County after the pandemic. To be clear, the office has been closed to in-person visitors since the COVID-19 outbreak, but at this point, due to lease issues, they have taken that staff to Capitola, and so we want to make sure that there is a plan to get back to Monterey County, and my thought was perhaps we could offer the real estate professional services that we have to help us locate buildings within Monterey County to be able to serve the public to the EDD to use if they so need it, to help them find a location that's suitable here in Monterey County to make sure that this critical resource is available to our residents moving forward. Obviously, COVID has severely impacted the number of folks looking for services from EDD, and we've heard the reports, the 2-week closure we're in the middle of right now. But I think long term, we need to make sure that we're advocating on behalf of our residents to have access to these services long term. And I think that's the support that I'm asking for now. And I'm wondering if the board has any ideas. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly a very important issue. The EDD has certainly come under a lot of scrutiny and criticisms, and even an audit by State Auditor Elaine Howell recently, just because of the major backlogs and the months, literally months, it's taking for approved unemployment insurance beneficiaries to get their benefits. So I think it's been frustrating for all legislative offices, state legislative offices, but certainly for our local residents who spend hours on the phone trying to just get somebody to pick up. But I think your point is well taken, because this isn't the first time. During the Great Recession in 2011, when I just became an assembly member, the state had proposed closing the EDD office in Salinas and the DMV office, and we had to fight to keep both open here at that time, and we were successful in both. The DMV, we negotiated for them to move to a temporary location at one of the shopping centers over there by Walmart, but they eventually moved back to their building that was undergoing some renovations. So I think the same has to happen here. I heard that, I'm not sure if I'm accurate or not, this is secondhand, but that they moved, but the site they located was in non-code compliance according to, I guess, state standards. And so now some of the staff is reaching out to the Alsa Family Resource Center, the CET office, I believe in Seaside and Salinas, if I'm not mistaken, to do services certain days of the week. We have to encourage more of that. But in the meantime, we have to insist that they do keep an office in Salinas and not accept that they will close now and then open months later, because as we know in state government, that might not happen, or if they decide to do it, they will take months to ramp up and actually do work even when they can reopen. So we have to make sure that work happens now and not wait till months down the road for them to act. Otherwise, our community will be out many more months for them to actually do anything. I just know that's the way state agencies work. They work very slowly. It's very frustrating, and there's no reason why they can't be fixing those problems now, and they're even when they're serving at a limited capacity. So, but this is certainly something that Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Caballero should be taking the bull by the horns on this one and not accepting anything less for our community. So I join with that. I'm very supportive of it. But if there is something that is especially needed now more than ever, it's certainly ensuring that our local residents have greater access to dealing with the troubleshooting and the problems that have arisen and trying to access their unemployment insurance benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And I did want to share that both offices obviously shared that while there are not immediate services available in the community, they're available to help folks with either translation, literacy, whatever. In terms of applying for benefits, their offices are available. They did also share some of the other resources available in the community and are working on sharing that information. But I think the common goal here is long-term, making sure that we keep services here. And for me, the real concern is going into fall, winter, when we know the season winds down here in the Salinas Valley and a lot of folks end up unemployed. We need to make sure that they have access to those services that they rely on. So I think taking this position in light of COVID-19 is critical for our community. Any other supervisors?
I support communicating with EDD to make sure that we do have the long-term presence.
Thank you. Okay.
I would agree with that, especially given the kind of statistics that we have. I think it would be important for us to weigh in to ensure that our voices are heard.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you for that. I think we'll take that as direction. I'll work with staff to make sure we get a letter out. Thank you. Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our COVID report. So, yeah.
All right. So with that, I'm going to turn and see if we have any public comment on this COVID-19 report. We have one in room. We'll go there first.
Hello, this is Pamela Weston again. For the last 5 months, I had came before you. I had not contacted Office of Emergency Services and everyone. But what you don't know is, like in Salinas, people have been removed from Rossi Rico, Industrial Sanborn, and today there became tow trucks and the police officers, community service units. I'm asking Dr. Moreno once again to direct, and the board to direct, just like over in Seaside, that gyms and any unused buildings can be used to coordinate and assess, so that as we come forward to flooding, weather implementation, I know that over in Supervisor Parker's district, that the education didn't want people in 4 different gyms that they could have been used. Also, like I said, over 300 people have been displaced, and today they towed people's cars. They can't get back their things. So there's a lot in COVID more than wearing masks. We don't know where people are. There's a lot of stigma. There's a lot of loss of life, and underneath health, welfare, and public safety, Title VIII, and we need direction, and then accessibility to testing and mitigation. Everything that we've been doing, we can put people into places, but the room key has not been done with the health, the Whole Person Care Act and everything like that. So I wanted Dr. Moreno to be aware that what is happening. Police took cars today. They took people's belongings, and on the 12th, everybody from the park is going to be displaced, and they want everybody to go down to the Chinatown where there are positive COVID. So residents aren't being treated. Residents aren't going to be able to do anything different, so it has to be direction by Dr. Moreno, like I've asked him, to open up the schools, gyms, everywhere else unused, so that we can do things like Darrell Steinberg and Governor Newsom have directed, and we need that emergency preparedness plan dealing with that directive from Dr. Moreno.
Thank you, Pamela. We appreciate it. Seeing no hands up via the Zoom, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to our next item. Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an update on the fire situation. The first presenter is Gary Millay to talk about the Dolan fire status, and then Kelsey Scanlon from our Emergency Services Office would like to speak about the post-fire debris removal process and procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Board members, I'm happy to report that the progress of the fire and the strategy that the fire officials employed has been successful. The hardening of the perimeter has allowed the containment numbers to jump from 46% last week to 85% now. The full containment is going to happen relatively quickly, but I would caution everybody that even though we might be at 100% containment, that does not mean the fire is extinguished and will probably continue to burn until we get some inclement rain weather sometime in the early winter. That's the status on the fire. The evacuations have pretty much been all lifted, with the exception of one area is still under an evacuation warning, but the sheriff is allowing all residents to return to their homes. The evacuation center in King City will be closing in person tomorrow, but still remain a virtual center with people to access the phone number, which will be posted on all of our social media and webpage. And with that, I will give it to Kelsey to discuss the debris removal program.
Kelsey, are you with us? Did we forget to
Can
give
you
her
hear me
coffee
now?
today? There she is. Welcome
Hi,
back, Kelsey.
sorry. So the phase one for debris removal, which includes the removal of household hazardous waste, conducted by the EPA, has begun. They have started staging in Santa Cruz County. I believe crews were being trained today about safety procedures, which will take a little bit longer because they now have COVID considerations to include in their training. The staging areas are in the process of being set up with the intent to begin reconnaissance and actual removal of household hazardous waste next week. So they are moving forward as planned, which is great news. Phase two, which includes the cleanup of the properties and general debris removal once the household hazardous waste has been removed, is still in progress and to be determined at the state and federal level. So there will be more information for the public about that in the coming months. As for our watershed protection for debris flows off of the burn scar this coming winter, the Watershed Emergency Response Team report, also known as the WERT, is intended to be released later today by CAL FIRE, and we anticipate spreading the word via social media and press release once that has been done. And that provides overall guidance for the public as to what areas will likely experience debris flows or flash flooding in the winter due to the burn scar, and what types of mitigation activities the county and the homeowners can take to protect their property. That report will also guide overall county strategy for mitigation efforts this coming winter, and more information on that will also be made available to the public once all of the county agencies have had a chance to review and digest the information that's provided by CAL FIRE. That's all I have about recovery efforts, unless anybody has any questions.
I don't see any hands up, but I've got a couple for you. What about the bear report? I know that there's a team on the ground now starting that on the Dolan fire. Do you know when that report is anticipated to be completed?
Yes, the bear report is in progress. I believe it should be completed next week, and we are hoping to either have them present the report to the public or send out a press release if they are unable to do so before they head to their next fire.
Great. My other two were just comments. One was thanks for helping to spread the word, or the word about the word. I know it's extremely important that the community look for that, especially if you are anywhere near the impacted area. So just appreciate getting that out as soon as we get our hands on it. That's critical. The other just comment I wanted to share with the public, and it seems kind of odd to have to say this, but LPNF is closed. I know I heard from some of the folks on the fire that they're having to kick campers out of active fire areas, which is just ridiculous. And so we ask folks to stay out of LPNF, out of our active fire zones until we get this thing under control and hear from the folks in command of this fire that it's safe to return. It's adding more work to an already incredible workload as fires continue throughout California. And so I know that it's just one of those additional issues that they shouldn't have to worry about when they're out there, but I know we've been helping spread the word that it's closed, and so I hope that if anybody's out there listening wondering, should I head up there this weekend, the skies are blue, don't do it. The park's still closed. The forest is closed for now. I know we all love that forest and love spending time in it, and I count myself in that group, but right now is not the time to do so. There are others that are available to the public still throughout the state. We ask that you use those instead. So with that, I'll turn and see if there's any other members of the board who have comments or questions on this report. Okay, seeing no hands up, I'll turn to the public, see if we have any public comment or questions.
To set policy and environment where people should go, because besides the property, people have ash and everything that they breathed in their lungs. So for elders, veterans, everyone unsheltered, that at times when that we have bad air quality, that there's a protocol that has all residents as possible to be directed into places that they have access to quality of life. And we don't know the impact from when the fires came. So if there can be direction to the board from CAL FIRE on what to do with all residents, how to assess them, and follow up with them after. We don't know what all the fires and all the ash and the poor air quality has done. So we need a policy for all of our county and each district where people should go when ash is in the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item and thank Gary and Kelsey for that great report, and we'll head over to item 14.1. I believe that that's a presentation from Rosemary Soto.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity to introduce or present that we have been awarded a grant from the California Endowment in the amount of $150,000, and this is for a term of over 2 years. This item did go before the Budget Committee to recommend accepting the award, and the funding does support the county's Governing for Racial Equity initiative, as well as the potential creation of a racial equity position, which is to be discussed in the following item. I will now pass it on for questions or comments.
Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Soto. It's great news that we have some grant support for some of our racial equity work. Do you have, obviously this is for 2 years, and if we were to, in our next agenda item, give direction to explore establishing a racial equity officer position, what's the likelihood that the position would continue to be grant funded?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. We know that this is a 2-year term for this particular grant period. The California Endowment has provided funding since 2016, pretty much every year. So there is potential for future funding, although at this point, because we don't have a commitment for future funding beyond the 2 years. We know that the California Endowment does have a commitment to continue its vision to see and support the racial equity work both in our county and across the state, so that it's very likely that we might see continued support.
Okay, I saw a thank you there. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next. Supervisor Phillips?
Well, this grant funding is for us to assist us in continuing with our racial equity work that you've been doing and the county's been doing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
But it's not conditioned. I mean, they would be putting money towards that position, but it can be towards helping to fund a current position we have if we rename it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Yes, thank you. We did determine it was 150, not 175, correct?
Yes, that is correct, and I
Okay.
apologize for that clerical error.
No problem whatsoever. And how confident are you that this would be, if you had to kind of put a percentage, how confident are you that this would be something sustainable for us?
I feel quite confident. I feel that there is a commitment from not only our jurisdiction, but others and other philanthropic agencies to really support the work of racial equity in local government. So I think that while this might be one funding source, there might be a possibility to explore other potential funding sources so that we can continue to sustain this role.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other board member hands up at this point, I'm going to go to the public, see if we have any public input on this item.
Again, this is Pamela Weston. When the GRE came to Salinas, it was after that Frank Alvarado, Mejia, Usmar, everyone was shot, and then Brenda Rodriguez was shot, and she had a psychotic episode. In being able to do this, it can be sustained also by behavioral health funding, because when that things go wrong, we need a way that we do things. So underneath Rosemary Soto and all of what Elsa had worked for with home health, endowment has came with the National Compadres. We did circles, getting to know you. Who are you? Who are you? So this is our opportunity to go forward, and both Salinas PD and Seaside and all have been trained, but instead of racial equity, it's accessibility and relationships of meeting us where we're at and identifying whether we're Truckee, Oaxaca, and everything. And being able to do this is not just sustainable, it's best practices, and it meets us where we're at. And with the National Compadres, with Race Forward, it's more than race and ethnicity. It's about culturally specific, culturally relevant best practices, and it's been proven across the state. And again, this is a national initiative. We started with loss of life, and everybody's been trained here. So in training it, people will rise to a level and performance, but it allows us to work together in the ways that we haven't worked before. So thank you very much for this integration, implementation, and this initiative we can raise up in the time that we get to see who we don't know, and we make visible what's invisible, and we say, it went wrong, but we can do it better. Well, now we have that money, investment, and everybody who wants it to be different. We're all the one county, and we're all a community. And we'll prevent lives from being lost, and for the community, for the future. I'm just so proud of the endowment, and it helped me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Seeing no other hands up, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. I see Supervisor Phillips has a hand up.
Yeah, I'm still a little confused. Obviously, this is great news to get some funding to keep carrying on what we've been doing, which I think has been pretty progressive compared to a lot of other counties and what they're doing. But is this locking us into a completely new position? Or is it something that will help fund and maybe modify Rosemary's position and upgrade it in some way as we move forward?
Rosemary?
That would be a matter to be discussed by the board in terms of the direction in which you would wish to go in the formation of that position. There is a request in the next item that you provide direction with how to classify that position should you wish to create that and shape what that looks like. And we would need to be working closely with the human resources department to better fulfill that request.
All right, thank you.
So I guess in follow-up to Supervisor Phillips's question, but if we chose not to, these dollars aren't predicated upon the creation of a new position if we decided to change the funding stream to alter what we're doing currently, correct?
Correct, and I'm sure that would be an item, should the board choose to go in that direction, I would take back to the program officer making the grant to discuss any perhaps modification to the use of the funds if that's necessary.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we've had a presentation and comments and public input. What's the will of the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
No, I just wanted to, first of all, express my support for this continued partnership between Monterey County and certainly being one of the few counties in Monterey County that's taking this initiative. I would have to agree just on the position though, certainly with the uncertain economic forecast, it's hard to just, when you get this kind of grant money to just create new positions. But I think it's worth exploring at this point. And if we could look at cost savings by transitioning positions such as Rosemary's current position to something different, but it includes additional responsibilities like doing the racial equity work. That kind of exploration should be researched and then brought back to our board before we make a full decision whether we can afford an additional position or not. I think it's important, but I think we have to think creatively when resources continue to be limited in the upcoming years. So I think that's just being honest and but at the same time trying to keep an open mind and trying to be creative in finding ways how we might make this work for Monterey County. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation and accept the grant. I do think, though, that it should be conditioned, depending what we do in the next action item. We would need to explore with the endowment, depending what we do with the equity position, that whatever action we take is okay with them. So, I think accepting the grant, that's our action on this one, makes sense. And I think whatever we do in the next item, Rosemary may have to go back to them to make sure that the terms of the grant are being fulfilled by whatever action we take next time.
I heard a motion, and Supervisor Alejo, was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we go ahead and get a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we've concluded item 14.1. We'll now go to item 14.2, which is also a presentation from Rosemary Soto.
Thank you once again. I will now just want to extend my appreciation to the board for their continued support of this initiative from its inception when it was first introduced to Monterey County in 2013 and 2014. I think that our public comment by Pamela Weston was spot on with a little bit of history. And so you'll hear just a tidbit about that as well. But before I dive into the full report and update on the Governing for Racial Equity Initiative, I do want to take a second to honor the native people of this land, the Ohlone, Chumash, Costanoan, Esalen, and Selenian nations, Rumsen nations, that we are now standing upon their shoulders and their loss of land in this community. And the reason why I feel it's so important to acknowledge the native tribes of our region is because much of the work that we are charged to do with eradicating institutional and systemic racism really ties back to the very beginning and the founding of this nation. And I think that that is very important for us to keep in mind as we move forward with this work. Many a times we are questioned, why are we focused on race and racial equity? And it really, I enjoy getting into the dialogue with folks who are still learning about the concepts and the principles of racial equity, especially in government. And there is a lot of history that goes along with this work, and it is never personal. It is always about our systems and the change that needs to happen for a better future for our community and for all who live here. So with that, I'm going to share my screen so that we can dive into our presentation. I have a few guests with me who will assist me in sharing with you a whole picture of the work that has been done over the past few years and what is the vision for our work in a collective manner. In 2017, we were right in the middle of our very first learning experience with the Bay Area Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which is a national alliance of government institutions and community organizations that are working to advance racial equity within their systems in their communities. At that time, in September of 2017, the Board of Supervisors adopted this racial equity statement, and I will not read the entire statement. Many of you are familiar with it, but I think that what is so critical is, the very first sentence, which really opens up the why. What is the reason for why we have committed to doing this work? And that is because for many, Monterey County is a great place to live, to work, play, and learn, yet many experience deep and persistent inequities, especially by place and race, and that threatens prosperity. So we definitely want to change that for our community. We have seen that racial disparities become quite visible in various sectors of our community. And most recently in the pandemic, we have definitely experienced and seen quite vividly what are those disparate impacts in communities of color. So a quick timeline of what we have done over the past few years with this initiative. In 2013, the Violence Prevention Initiative was launched, and within that work, it was clear that we needed to do some systems change. We needed to work towards systems change so that way we are addressing the root causes of violence. When we looked at that particular social issue, we knew that race also came up quite often in other aspects of our work as a local government. When we were addressing poverty, you do see inequities there as well. The wealth gap in itself is a clear example of that. We also see it in health, and so our health department had, even prior to this date, already initiated some work around bringing equity into their work in health policies. And they also have the initiative, the Health and All Policy, which you'll hear more about from our health department. And in 2014, we began an introduction to learning about, governing for racial equity. GRE is the acronym that we use for it, with conference attendees. And we did that in 2014 and 2015, just to learn and connect with other jurisdictions who have had a history in doing this work. And in 2016, the Board of Supervisors adopted and launched the GRE initiative. In 2017, we joined the first cohort of GARE up in the Bay Area. And then in 2017, as I mentioned before, the racial equity statement was adopted, as well as the second and third cohorts continued in 2018 and 19. And in 2020, we very much knew that many of our departments really wanted to engage, but the trek up to the Bay Area once a month proved to be taxing on everybody. And so we also knew that more government agencies would be able to engage in this learning experience if we had a localized learning series. And so with that, with the leadership of Towards a Racially Equitable Monterey County, also known as TREMC, the support of the California Endowment and other government agencies, including the city of Salinas, we have developed and initiated a local GARE learning series in Monterey County. Our partners within Monterey County include all of the departments listed here, and we are excited for expansion to include more of the departments that perhaps have not already been represented. And it has been an open invitation for these departments to continue to engage and to work with us as part of our core GARE team or GRE team, so that way we can continue to identify those opportunities for implementing and applying racial equity practices and racial equity tools, so that we can continue to make some movement and some change within our departments. The initiative itself within the Racial Equity Action Plan, which is the plan that I am bringing forward to you for your consideration and acceptance and approval, the initiative contains a structure, and the structure supports 3 focus areas of the plan, of the Racial Equity Action Plan. We all are held accountable to the people of Monterey County as we are working in public service. And then the Board of Supervisors is the governing body that we report to. The County Administrative Office is the oversight department or agency that we directly report to as well. We have a GRE leadership and cohort team that we would like to propose be formed and supported. A cohort team already exists, and a leadership team can be one that is comprised of those department heads that have continued to be engaged and have the capacity and desire to take a more active role in overseeing and supporting and perhaps guiding more than anything the implementation of strategies within this action plan. We would also want to continue to support a community engagement team. This would be a team that would work collectively with the partners of TREMC. Community engagement is a cornerstone of governing for racial equity. It is follows the motto of nothing for us without us. So if we are working to support and grow and help prosper our community, we cannot achieve that without community voice and community-centered movements within our work. We also have a training team that continues to work together to advance and increase awareness of governing for racial equity within our county family. We have implemented and co-designed a training model, of which you'll hear more about in just a minute. And so that team will continue to work. And then a data team will provide specific tracking measures and supportive evaluation methods for us to be able to measure our results. It is so important that as we do this work and we move forward with it, we are able to track and show results for the effort that we are putting into every aspect of our strategies. Our equity action plan, as I mentioned before, centers around 3 different areas of focus. One would be that an area that has internal impact within our county departments, within our county practices and policies, and within our county family in terms of staffing awareness and engagement. We also have the second strategy would be within internal and external strategy. And this strategy focuses both on activities and practices that are impacting our internal work as well as our community partners. So it is an internal and external impact. And then the last area of focus is an external impact altogether, but it really centers the community in terms of our work. Now, to share a bit within each of these strategies, the first would be in terms of the internal work would be that Monterey County employees understand, are committed to, and have the tools to advance racial equity. Having that shared vision, that shared understanding, shared language is so important. And with that, we must build capacity. So building capacity would mean to be able to continue to train our partners within the county, train the workforce so that those who are just now diving into the conversations about race and race relations are learning the tools in which to do that in a productive manner, and are also learning about the history of racism within our own county and in our own community. And then the third strategy would be to assess for impact. Again, looking at those racial equity tools that bring forth results and that show the impact of the use of those practices and those tools. Identify improvement areas, identify opportunities for us to use those racial equity action tools or assessment tools. That is really critical. An example of use of those tools would be the Resource Management Agency, which has now for a couple of years utilized a racial equity assessment tool on their capital improvement plan. And this is a reprioritization process that looks at their unfunded or unresourced capital improvement projects list, and brings to you, the board, that final review with a racial equity lens, so that you are also better informed when you need to make a decision about approving those projects and funding for those projects. That's one example of how our own internal county family is able to use those tools. Again, Monterey County departments use the racial equity tools, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, to make program, policy, and budget decisions. So again, actual use and adopting those tools within your departments, whether it be developing programs, developing budgets, or policies within your departments. And collecting data, again, to support how the impact is measured, and informed decisions, as well as tracking progress. Community members in the third strategy, which is an external strategy, community members and organizations have meaningful engagement with Monterey County. We partner with organizations to advance racial equity, and then we coordinate community engagement efforts, and again, track progress of how community voice has influenced and been given its place of power to support or help develop the work that we do. So the Racial Equity Action Plan contains several of the strategies that you'll hear about from my colleagues, and in itself does make a couple of recommendations, that a GRE leadership team be established to advise and guide the development and the implementation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. This action plan should be a living, breathing document that continues to be revised and updated periodically, and making sure that as times change and as our work evolves, that we are continuing to adapt to the use of the racial equity lens through the work that we do. A great example of what a GRE leadership team could look like would be the disparate impact, for the pandemic disparate impact, that our CAO formed, and that consists of a team that is highly involved in the work and is really utilizing the language and the tools when we are creating those strategies. So that is an example of what a GRE leadership team could look like. Then we also have the recommendation for the development of a racial equity officer position, or a position to be classified per the board and human resources department's process for determining. And this would be a position that is solely dedicated to the Monterey County Governing for Racial Equity Initiative. This position is deemed to be necessary for sustainability of the work. It is very important to have that dedication given to this work, as it is so broad in its scope, and it touches many departments, as well as it does many external partners and other governing bodies that could benefit from the partnership and really support the work across the community, collectively across the county, versus just single within our own jurisdiction as a county government. This recommendation and review was presented and discussed by the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee, and as well as it was presented to the Budget Committee with the acceptance of the recommendation for the grant, which was the item that you all just approved of. With this, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague and department head, Juan Rodriguez with the Civil Rights Office, as the civil rights training is led by the CRO, and it is conducted in partnership with the GRE training team. So Juan, if you are on, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'll say hi with my camera briefly and then turn it off. I'm sorry, I don't want to crash my family's internet, so I'm here. Good afternoon, members of the public, supervisors, and county colleagues. As Rosemary mentioned, my name is Juan, and I'm the Civil Rights Officer for the county. It is our pleasure to provide to you a brief update on the civil rights training. For those, because we sometimes forget when we work in government, for those that do not work for the county, I'm going to briefly explain what that training entails. Essentially, the civil rights training is a 2-hour mandatory training that all county employees must take every 2 years. In this training, we cover topics such as implicit bias, the history of racism and history of inequities in our county. And we also include components of governing for racial equity. At the conclusion of the training, in addition to understanding these concepts a little bit better and learning a little bit more about our community that we serve, the employees leave with a toolkit developed by the training team that helps them apply the principles of governing for racial equity within their respective areas. One major development that has occurred since we started doing this training is now that the Civil Rights Office has been providing a customized version of this training to local agencies and also other nonprofits in the jurisdiction. We include the core concepts covered in our county training, but we split it over 3 days, and we do about 2 to 3 hours each day. And in addition to talking about implicit bias and governing for racial equity, we also include a big component of cultural humility and cultural competence. With that, I'll turn it over to Lisette Torres. Lisette is an associate equal opportunity analyst with the Civil Rights Office. She has been a great resource in not only updating and delivering the training, but also in compiling and analyzing the data you're about to hear. So we constantly review and improve the training based on employee feedback, and we also update it with the latest research and current events. I will turn it over to Lisette, and she'll give you a little bit more of a history and dig deep into the data.
Thank you, Juan, and good afternoon to everyone. Before we get into compliance numbers and really how much training is impacting employees, I want to give a quick overview of when our training started and where we are now. In 2017, our office partnered with Health Department and CAO staff to develop our civil rights training curriculum. And in the fall of 2018, the curriculum was launched to managers and supervisors only with the intent of getting the organization prepared to lead conversations surrounding racial equity and bias. And after we received positive feedback from our managers and supervisors, we transitioned our focus to get non-managers and non-supervisors through our training. Now, this year, our focus is to continue reaching the greatest share of our non-managers and non-supervisors. And also due to current events, we began to offer customized training to departments and external organizations, as Juan just mentioned. Next slide, please. Thank you. Since the implementation of training, 52% of the county's organization has complied with civil rights training. That accounts for 75% of managers and supervisors and 48% of non-managers and non-supervisors. These numbers do not include NMC, but we do hope to factor their numbers in our next report as we continue to launch more sessions for NMC staff. Next slide. After every session, we issue evaluations to assess how the material is being received by employees, and if the employees find value in the activities and the resources that we cover. We do give employees the option to identify their race or ethnicity when completing their evaluation. Now, this is just to give us a better perspective on how the material is sitting with each group and if we need to adjust our delivery. Next slide. Overall, we've received an 85% satisfactory grade from participants, which I think it's pretty good considering that we do cover difficult conversations, and we are also starting to normalize the conversation of race in the workplace when it was once considered taboo. On the left column, you'll see the total ratings on each elements that we're looking for in our training, ways that we're looking to improve. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the overall ratings also for each racial subgroup. Next slide. We do have a section in the survey where employees are also able to provide open feedback and recommendations on how we can improve our content. These are the top 3 recommendations that we seem to get often. And the first one is that, employees feel that time flies by pretty quickly in our training sessions, and they're hoping that at some point we can extend the duration a little bit longer. And, by doing that, we would allow employees to have more time to hold deeper conversations on bias and racial equity issues, specifically in regards to what's happening in the organization and also at the community level. Employees are also interested in bringing these conversations back into their workplace, but they would like a platform or some resources to do them safely and also respectfully. Now, one of the last things that was, constantly was obvious and came back is that, employees are happy and they think it's great that the organization is talking about disparities and race, but they really want to know specifically what their department is doing and also how they are supporting their employees to lead racial equity initiatives. Next slide, please. So some of the next steps for our office in response to the training feedback is that this year we will continue to offer customized training to departments and external organizations on some of the equity challenges that they're facing in their organization. We're also currently working on curriculum for 2 external agencies, which we hope to launch in a couple of weeks. And this year, we will also launch our updated civil rights training for managers and supervisors, since the majority of this group is up for recompliance. Now, for 2021, we intend to launch brown bag sessions, which are designed to open small group dialogue about current race-related issues and their impact on local communities. We also plan to launch an online version of our civil rights training for non-managers and non-supervisors. This resource will provide our office a little bit more time to revamp the current curriculum that we have available for this group. And lastly, we plan to coordinate affinity groups, or sometimes referred to as resource groups, where employees can share a collaborative framework on some of the equity issues that the organization is facing and also their department. We talk about getting community members involved in the decisions that government is making, but we also feel that it is important, and it also looks like employees are interested in really offering some of their own recommendations and perspectives on things maybe that they would like to see different in their office environment. And that's pretty much what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions now or towards the end.
Thank you, Lisette. And we will go ahead and turn this over to our Human Resources Department, who is taking on quite a bit of work applying these racial equity principles within their projects as well. So I would invite Yvonne Walker to take the floor. But before I do that as well, I do want to acknowledge that Director of Human Resources Irma Ramirez Bao has been a tremendous support and champion for racial equity within her department, going as far as designating multiple staff to this work, as well as bringing on interns that are specifically focused on GRE projects. So with that, I will now turn it over to Yvonne Walker.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members of the board. I am program manager serving in the recruitment unit of Human Resources Department, or HRD. And currently HRD has 6 governing race equity projects underway. And our aim in each one of these that are listed on your PowerPoint slide in front of you is to continue to build HR processes that promote equality. And I will share a few highlights about each of these projects in our presentation. Next slide, please. As you are aware, your board adopted a powerful race equity statement in 2017 that was crafted by the GARE cohort members. And we do not see the equity statement prominent throughout Monterey County's workforce, and feel as an organization we can do better to expose the community and candidates to this very important aspect of the type of organization we aim to be. So in addition to incorporating the equity statement into HR's resources, such as our new employee orientation materials and our social media sites, our recruitment team will also work with each of the 17 departments we support to identify places such as on their websites and social media where the statement can be provided. Next slide, please. With the assistance from HRD's countywide internship program, we have partnered with 2 interns, Alondra from California State University, Monterey Bay, and Reina from San Jose State University, to update the talent acquisition database, which is referred to as the TAD system. And TAD was created in partnership with the Civil Rights Office and is used for recruitment outreach purposes by the county's human resources professionals to assess talent pool in both to actually access the local talent in our surrounding communities. And with TAD, we are better equipped to conduct outreach efforts for positions and job groups that have minority disparities. And so the database is only as good as the information that is currently maintained. And so Reina and Alondra have a very big job, and out of over 100 entries that are minority organizations, they've been cleaning up that data. And when they first reached out, they only received 29% of a reply from these organizations that were contacted. So in essence, we are really indebted to them for making sure that the resources that we're using are reaching the individuals that are intended. And so Reina and Alondra are now in the process of working with the subject matter experts in our various departments to compile an updated and a current industry professional and educational association listing so that we can broaden our recruitment efforts of minority candidates. And as my colleague Lisette mentioned, we're also taking the time to make more alignment with these organizations in a personalized way. And so once they clean up the database, they will then reach out, and with the help of our HRD staff, Michelle Gomez and Rosa Guerrero, will conduct Zoom recruitment brainstorm sessions between some of the associations like NAACP, LULAC, and others to be able to partner with our hiring managers to strategize around how to outreach to women and minorities throughout our communities. Gabe Duenas, the former CRO staff member, had recommended this, and we're grateful that we can capitalize on making the TAD system a little bit more personalized. Next slide, please. Our 4th GRE project is participating in our local career fairs initiated by the community. as well as initiating our own version of Monterey County's sponsored job fairs for middle, high school, and college students. So we can plant the seed early in their development stages regarding the variety of career opportunities in our workforce. Last week, we were able to present at Hartnell College's career fair through HR professional Julia Linta's participation, and she shared a lot of the careers that are available in the RMA department. And this was a first-time partnership, and HRD's recruitment team will continue to participate in Hartnell and other educational institutions' ongoing career fairs so that we can highlight additional types of career opportunities in Monterey County. And we have additionally 3 other interns from CSUMB's Service Learning Institute, and that's Rhonda Wise, Matthew Wong, and Maria Lucas, who are taking the time to conduct the research with us and develop plans with our HR manager, Giovanni Luna, and our HR tech, Anna Marioles, to create partnerships with high schools and colleges so that we foster a recruitment pipeline to promote Monterey County as the employer of choice for any qualified candidates. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our intern program, not quite. Go back one. Great. Whoops, a little too fast. There you go, one more back. There we go, thank you so much. Our intern program aligns also as a GRE initiative to create a level playing field for potential future employees of Monterey County. For example, 72% of CSUMB's student population are minorities, and CSUMB is above average in race diversity. They're ranked as far as ethnic diversity higher nationwide with a student body composition that is above the national average. And 42% of their student population are from our local tri-county areas. So this makes it a very great advantage as a win-win for recruiting potential candidates for employment from our local area that come from a diverse background. And further, CSUMB and other educational institutions have programs that outreach to minority groups such as Black Student Success Center, the College Assistant Migrant Program, and Undock Success Services, and a host of others that we can capitalize on as well for our outreach. And Michael Rosales, the intern coordinator in HRD, manages monthly meetings with these local educational institutions, including Hartnell, MPC, CSUMB, to promote our internship opportunities and to collaboratively improve our processes for equal access and exposure to jobs in Monterey County. Next slide, please. Another GRE project is our customized implicit bias training developed by master level instruction design students at CSUMB in collaboration with our subject matter experts in HRD and the Civil Rights Office, as well as some of our GARE participants. Next slide, please. This course is specifically for hiring managers, panel members, and application screeners. And the objective of this training is for internal and external participants in the hiring process to learn about implicit bias, how it can impact the hiring process from the development of the job recruitments to the screening and interviewing of applicants. And another educational tool is being developed for candidates who are applying for jobs in Monterey County. Our HRD social media intern, Marcy Yater, is creating educational video on the hiring process so that candidates know each step in applying for a job with Monterey County. And this overview will inform them on what to expect timeframe wise and why. And there are many checks and balances in our hiring process that, if explained well, help a candidate to have a favorable impression of our organization as we become more transparent about HR protocols that create a fair opportunity for all applicants. Next slide, please. We saved the best of our GRE strategies for last, which is our competency-based recruitments. Our HR director, Irma Ramirez-Bal, has a vision to shift the culture of recruitment to a competency-based model, similar to the City of Napa and Alameda County's model that they have used. And we would like to standardize the selection process further, and our goal is to work with departments to train the hiring managers on the skills for competency-based interviewing in order to further eliminate bias in our hiring processes. So competency-based interviews focus on job-relevant criteria and clear definitions of success. If you're not clear about what you're looking for, then the risk of subjectivity and opinion increases dramatically. And the key is to have clear criteria validated by subject matter experts for the role to guide what candidates are being interviewed around. And having multiple interviewers and doing data integration helps create a complete picture of the candidate from various perspectives and overcomes individual bias. And I think of the data integration as building some checks and balances into the system to combat individual biases. Last slide, please. Now, this is a sample template of a competency-based recruitment tool, which has an easy outline for data evaluation with instructions and training. And by building in just a little bit of structure in how to evaluate the data and train people on data evaluation, you're maximizing the likelihood that interviewers are using relevant behavioral data to reach their competency ratings instead of using general impressions, which are riddled with biases or other irrelevant information. And our aim in HRD is to have our workforce that reflects our community. And we'll be sharing more about these competency-based model for recruitment and its advantages for the county as part of an upcoming Board of Supervisors HR committee meeting. And if endorsed, we'll also present it to the Budget Committee. So we would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support of our GARE initiatives. And we would like to commend Rosemary Soto for being a very passionate leader in fostering the vision of race equity for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yvonne. And with that, I would like to also transition to bring on our health department, who has done a significant amount of work over the past several years. I want to acknowledge Director Elsa Jimenez for also her continued support, and I want to say that her department has had multiple bureaus represented in the GRE team, everywhere from public health administration, from behavioral health and environmental health. So with that, I'd like to give the floor to Elsa Jimenez.
Thank you, Rosemary Soto. Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. You know, the health department has been on a journey to advance health equity in our county, and more recently, health and racial equity in our county. And this really started back in 2011 when we were going out and doing community engagement workshops with our residents throughout the county, and really created opportunities to listen to the community in terms of what their priorities were at that time, how the health department could help them achieve, you know, ultimately what we all hope to achieve, which is wellness. So in 2011, when we were developing our first strategic plan and gathering that community input, we kept hearing over and over from the community members that they wanted us to move more upstream, that it was great for us to deliver programs and services, but again, you're just delivering programs and services, and the conditions which they were living in remained the same. And therefore, even though they may have all the knowledge and they may have access to providers or access to services, they were still not able to achieve their wellness goals. For example, if they wanted to walk, they were living in neighborhoods that may not have sidewalks that were repaired or streetlights that were functional and therefore didn't feel safe being able to walk in their neighborhood. And so because of this, we integrated, health equity into several of the documents that we were at that time preparing as well in pursuit of public health accreditation. So we incorporated into our first ever department strategic plan, which was focused on 2011, 2015, and then carried that into our current strategic plan, which goes until 2022. It's folded into our community health assessment as well as our community health improvement plan. And in addition, we also polled our staff to come up with what the core values for our organization should be. And health equity is one of those 5 core values, along with integrity, respect, innovation, and excellence. And not only were we working internally in terms of this new concept of health in all policies and using that as the lens by which we would use to guide our work moving forward, we also started to create movement in our community along with community residents and other local government like cities and county departments as a means to begin to look more intentionally at what the root causes of poor health outcomes were and how we could help address those, by addressing the social determinants of health. And as part of our effort, we focused on those communities that have more disparate impacts and tend to be underserved. And so we focused our Enlace Civic and Leadership Academy in our communities of greater need. And because of our efforts, both within our organization, across local governments, and with the community at the core of it, the Monterey County, our local cities and our efforts have been recognized. For example, the city of Gonzales adopted a health element as part of their general plan, and that was recognized by a National Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Award. Salinas added an element, economic element, where we included elements of health, again, hoping to ensure that the city would be designed in a way that everybody would have an opportunity to achieve well-being. And then other current projects that we continue to support and infuse is, in the development of Carr Lake with Big Sur Land Trust, and how this area could be beautified again to promote physical activity, increase green space to a community that doesn't have much green space. Health in all policies is a strategy that we have embedded as part of our organization, and we hope to continue to infuse in other organizations. As Rosemary mentioned, the health department has been part of our own county's Governing for Racial Equity and part of GARE since inception. And even currently, we have additional staff members that are now participating in our local learning sessions. My colleague, Cristina Santana Mesquita, is going to highlight our Health Equity Scholars Academy and our historical timeline after. But before I get there, also want to just highlight that the health department, next slide, Rosemary, that the health department was part of a county-led effort to really look at the disparate impacts that COVID-19 is causing on our communities of color. And we lent expertise by providing data and by identifying core public health strategies that we were already implementing but could further bolster to better address the inequities that exist in our community, and really making sure that all residents have an opportunity to get tested and to receive the treatment that they need. And also working on more policy level issues with respect to being involved with our local business community in terms of assuring that benefits are made available to employees so that they can safely isolate and quarantine. And there's going to be more discussion in the near term with respect to how do we take the report short and longer term strategies and actually put them into an action plan that will be forthcoming later. So now I hand it over to my colleague, Christina.
Thank you, Elsa. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Lopez, My name is Cristina Santana, and I've been at the Monterey County Health Department Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Unit for the past 2.5 years, working on health equity initiatives, 2 of which I'm going to highlight today. In 2014, Health Equity Scholars Academy, or HESA, was launched with the goal to train health department staff on root causes of racial health outcomes. This is a 20-hour monthly 5-session training. Last year, all county employees were invited to participate, and currently HESA is being piloted on Zoom to be conducted virtually. HESA's main goal is to explore how race was assigned meaning in the US and how that meaning impacts resources, policies, enforcement and practices in government. We also review, we review concepts of equity, structural and institutional racism, root cause analysis, to understand the long-term consequences of policies on racial and ethnic communities. Last year, next slide, please. Last year, Virginia Murillo, a CSUMB intern, helped support the development of a racial equity timeline that highlights the experiences of racial groups in Monterey County. I have just highlighted, for the sake of time, I have highlighted 3. The timeline starts in 1750, before California legislator created Monterey County in 1850. The Ohlone and Costanoa and Esalen tribes call this territory home. Today, we have about 600 enrolled tribal members of these nations in the Ohlone, Costanoa, Esalen Indians of the greater Monterey Bay area. We also have active Esalen tribe of Monterey County who post regular updates on their Facebook page. In the recent Dolan fires, they posted the impact of those fires in their community. In Monterey County, as well as other parts of the nation, racial covenant practices were common as qualifiers for home purchases. Here we see a newspaper clipping of the Salinas Californian in 1947, advertising back then the new subdivision of Mission Park in Salinas. The circle section has reference on racial restrictions for this subdivision, and it reads, quote, "The same restrictions will prevail here as in any other high-class subdivision in the city, racial covenants, etc." Through these examples, these local examples, we are able to talk about structural and institutional racist policies that impact people of color, and we can make the connection as to why 70 years later, Salinas demographics looks the way it looks. The very last item that I'm going to highlight on this timeline is it points to the Salinas Rodeo Grounds in 1942 was used as a holding facility for Americans of Japanese descendants, and how in 2018, the Board of Supervisors and back then Chair Alejo presented an apology to the Japanese communities for our county's support in those actions. These are 2 resources that we have been using with the goal to bring awareness and educate Monterey County employees on the historic, racial, and ethnic demographics of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And I do want to commend Christina for her work as well in developing the interactive online timeline that will take you throughout many instances and examples of institutional and systemic racism that is part of the Monterey County history. So that link is embedded in this PowerPoint, which has been made public. And I recommend that you take a moment to go through this link and check it out. It's powerful, and it really tells the story of the history of Monterey County and goes back to the why we do need to continue this work. I also want to make mention of the contribution that Dr. Krista Hani has made to a lot of the efforts within the health department, as her role is critical in the GRE team. So she could not be here with us today. Otherwise, we would have heard from her as well. But thank you, Elsa and Cristina, for your contribution to this work. With that, I will go ahead and introduce District Attorney Janine Paccioni, who has been doing a significant amount of work within her own department and also in partnership with other justice partners across the county. And so I would like to now share the floor with District Attorney Janine Paccioni.
Thank you, Rosemary. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and honorable supervisors. I'm Janine Paccioni, Monterey County District Attorney. I started my term in January of 2019, and one of the most fundamental elements of our mission is to promote justice, and our vision includes a commitment to diversity. Education is the only known process which can change minds and perspectives. With our vision and mission in mind, I designated Managing Deputy District Attorney Marisol Mendez, who will speak to you shortly, to attend and complete the year-long Governing for Racial Equity cohort up in the Bay Area. Additionally, I implemented additional programs, educational requirements for all district attorney employees, regardless of whether they were investigators, staff, or attorneys. And my managers are all participating currently in the most recent cohort locally. We have additional plans that will be moving forward on collective education regarding diversity and equity. I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Marisol Mendez. She's a managing deputy district attorney in our office. She's worked for our office for a total of 13 years and has served as a manager in our office for the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and honorable supervisors. Our mission statement here at the Monterey County DA's office is to promote justice, ensure that the rights of victims are upheld by treating them with dignity, respect, and compassion, and aggressively and fairly prosecuting those who violate the law. As an office, we recognize that promoting racial equity serves this very mission statement. We represent the people of the state of California, and we are given the responsibility to be part of the solution and not the problem. I want to share with you the current landscape here at the Monterey County DA's office. In 2019, 73% of the people we filed charges against identified as people of color. That same year, 77% of victims named identified as people of color. While we will not forego holding people accountable for their criminal acts, we also must ask ourselves whether there is anything that we can do to prevent crime, and when it does occur, how do we best serve our victims and witnesses, especially those who are members of communities impacted by racism. Currently, the DA's office is at the building and training stage of advancing racial equity. As District Attorney Paccioni mentioned, in 2019, she selected me to take part of the GARE program. And that truly was an investment by her and me to invest in this office and grow this community. In that very short time since 2019, we have made some significant strides. Personally, one of my favorites is District Attorney Paccioni's change to our seal to mainly feature Lady Justice as you see before you right now. And this is Lady Justice as imagined by artist Joe Mora. This image reflects that who administrates justice may not look the same as the centuries before this one, but the scales will be balanced, sword carried with the mindset of objectivity and impartiality. In 2019, we began filling in those gaps of our own collective knowledge of this diverse community we serve. Part of that was becoming proactive and interacting with our Trique residents. One thing that we had noticed was that in the last 10 years, some significant criminal cases had come out of that community. In nearly every instance, the victims of those crimes were also members of the same community. We wondered how many crimes are going unreported, thereby creating a lack of safety for our residents. Frankly, just a few DA employees had interactions with the Trique community, And so we decided to start bridging that gap with familiarity and understanding. It started with a simple outreach on fraud prevention and victimization at a weekly church service where members of our investigative team went out and spoke with the community. We didn't stop there though. It was followed up by our office hosting a training, an office-wide training where members of the Truckee community enlightened us with their personal stories, education on language and culture, which was truly illuminating and not insignificant. While not solely focused on racial equity, a lot of the same themes appeared in another training District Attorney Paccioni implemented here in the office, and that had to do with LGBTQ issues as it relates to prosecution of cases. One of the main themes discussed was implicit bias. Now, this training was developed and presented by one of our district attorney investigator captains, George Ramirez. And this training was extended to all of our local law enforcement partners, and they showed up in droves. He and his team trained approximately 500 people in this specific area. District Attorney Paccioni was given the Innovation in Training Award by the California District Attorneys Association as a result. Now, just prior to the shelter in place, Captain Ramirez became post-certified in training principled policing and implicit bias. Now, he and his team are on standby, ready to instruct once training platforms become conducive to that particular training. Now, as we look forward to 2021, we hope to implement office-wide training that's based on the GEAR model. Now, this is quite an undertaking, as I have found really little resources in terms of curriculum geared towards prosecutors. So it will take some innovation and a lot of collaboration with my cohort members on this specific area. But as we did with the LGBTQ training, we hope to further extend that out to our law enforcement partners. And we heard from our human resources department, who is doing some great work, and we are encouraged by that, because part of tackling this issue is making our department a little bit more reflective of the community that we serve. And quite frankly, we are seeking more attorneys of color. California has a dismal lack of Latinx and Black and African American attorneys. They represent a very small portion of barred attorneys. And so we are encouraged by this recruitment work and this outreach work, and we hope to collaborate with our fellow departments in order to make Monterey County an attractive place to work. We also hope to point future attorneys in the direction of criminal justice so that our community can be best served. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol, and thank you, Janine Paccioni, for your contribution to the work and bringing in racial equity into your field. Now I would like to welcome our partner, community partner with Building Healthy Communities and TREMC toward a racially equitable Monterey County. Andrea Manso is the Regional Equity Director for BHC, and along with her, Emmy Yoko, who is the Policy and Advocacy Manager for Race Forward, which is a critical partner in our racial equity learning series that is now offered locally. So with that, I would give the floor to Andrea Manso.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and supervisors, and thanks to Rosemary for inviting us to be part of this presentation. I know that toward a racially equitable Monterey County, or as shortened TREMC, it's a little confusing to figure out what the relationship is with BHC, but BHC is the host of this ecosystem approach to racial equity. And I know most of you know Building Healthy Communities, but I wanted to take a quick moment just to name, what our mission is, which is to build resident voice and power for a healthy and inclusive democracy, and that's grounded in healing informed racial equity. And which really means that we're supporting resident leadership to be able to change policies and systems. And as we've heard today, we know that race is the #1 indicator of outcomes. And COVID-19 has really revealed that racism is the most dangerous pre-existing health condition in our county and in our nation. And, you know, COVID-19 has magnified and racialized the systemic inequities that exist in our community. And for this reason, BHC has been focusing on normalizing conversations around race and finding ways to advance racial equity within systems. We have been working to bridge the gap between community and government so that residents are central to decision-making processes that affect their lives. Next slide, please. As you heard in public comments by Pamela, we started this racial equity work in 2014. After the fatal shooting of 4 Latino men on the east side, and so it was a moment of deep reflection around, with something else that was happening, deeply rooted in our systems. And so we started with the city of Salinas doing this work, and began doing more collaborative work with the county in 2016. And at the same time, there was some capacity being built with funders to use a racial justice framework for grant making. And with our organizing efforts, we realized that we were building an ecosystem approach to racial equity. And so in 2018, we launched Toward a Racially Equitable Monterey County, or TREMC, and that really centers around visions and values. And it's an ecosystem approach that is comprised of government, education, community, nonprofit, and philanthropy, and resident leaders, and that works to develop, resident voice and power to lead in the design of solutions to our county's most pressing problems and building capacity across multiple sectors. So those that are involved get clear on their unique roles and how they play that role in and healthy relationship to the other sectors. And this approach is rooted in healing informed practices that prioritizes and centers trusting relationships. And so as part of this effort and having shared visions and values, there was a Community Alliance for Racial Equity, or CARE, formed that consists of residents and CBOs that are organizing around shifting systems. This space is a discrete community work that supports residents to unlock their collective power to take ownership of government and systems and to build a healthy and inclusive democracy. Next slide, please. As you have heard mentioned before, the county has been participating in GARE cohort with Race Forward for the past 3 years. And we had a moment of realization probably about a year ago with our partners, Jose Arriola in the city of Salinas, Rosemary and myself, where we thought it might be a good idea to actually bring a local cohort instead of going to Oakland, and actually revolutionizing what that looked like to include community to be part of those conversations. We were planning to launch the cohort this year in April, and unfortunately, due to the pandemic, it delayed our plans to launch that cohort. However, the movement for Black Lives has presented an openness and desire from folks to engage in racial equity conversations. So we decided to launch a racial equity learning series that was available to leaders across the county. And you can click through, Rosemary, so that the entire slide pops up. But it was, and most folks have been talking about this, there's racial equity learning series that we're running from August to December. It's 2 hours, monthly basis. And the planning team for this learning series and also the cohort are made up of resident leaders, BHC leaders, City of Salinas representatives from the County of Monterey, and also the Monterey County Office of Education. And speaking of which, we realize that, this racial equity work is necessary across institutions. And in order to effectively address, structural racism, my colleague, Alma Cervantes, the Regional Education Equity Manager, has been working closely with school districts to shift community engagement practices so that it centers the voice of residents that are most impacted. And so the purpose of these racial equity learning series has been to lay the foundation for racial equity efforts in the county, knowing that it's only 2 hours a month. It is really starting to have the ability to apply a structural analysis lens, and then beginning to build stronger solidarity across race and ethnicity. And so you can see the different topics that are being covered in the session. And there are currently over 170 participants that have participated in the series so far. And it really has been an opportunity to talk to folks who you normally wouldn't talk to, because we make sure that when we have breakout groups, there's a mix of residents, community-based organizations, and even sectors. And so it's an opportunity to make sense of the policies and practices that have contributed to maintaining racism in our county and exploring solutions to address the root causes of inequities. Next slide, please. So we are planning to still launch the racial equity cohort with the Community and Government Alliance on Race and Equity. But now the racial equity learning series has formed part of that trajectory as we're moving forward to launch this cohort. And we're planning to do a hybrid approach, launching in 2021, We don't know what the pandemic will look like, and so there'll be some type of virtual or in-person, hopefully by the end of the year, but it's a year-long cohort, and it will definitely be a smaller group of participants, no more than 100, and ensuring that half of the participants are from systems and half of them are community leaders that are including residents. And in order for this work to be effective, we need to ensure that whichever jurisdiction joins the cohort, that there's also a base or constituency that can work collaboratively with that system. Because the purpose of it is to be able to increase capacity to build solutions collectively with community and government, and to build leadership, to build relationship, peer learning, to really look at the root causes of racial inequities in Monterey County. And so it requires folks from jurisdictions to be able to work collaboratively in that way, to be able to cultivate deeper trust between community and government and mutually accountable relationships. And so the goal is to have authentic partnerships that will help us develop robust, sustainable solution. And the outcome is to have, those concrete plans, for stronger democratic structures and practices that promote, multiracial community power and deep partnership among residents and local government and other sectors. And so this will be a pilot starting next year. And our hope is to open it up to more jurisdictions in the future, continuing to build off of what we're learning and including, regional agencies and cities within Monterey County. And so this will build off of the organizing work and collaborative efforts to shift the culture of systems that we are building, interconnected systems that support Monterey County and residents to thrive. Next slide, please. I'd like to invite my colleague, Amy Yoko from Race Forward, to give us a bit of a national perspective on our work.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Andrea, for really laying the foundation for why this work is so important and really outlining what has been happening and where we're moving in the future. So my name is Emmy. I am with Race Forward and I use she, her pronouns, and I'm in the Movement and Capacity Building Department at our organization. So Race Forward is a national nonprofit that brings systemic analysis and an innovative approach to complex race issues to help people take effective action towards racial equity. Our mission is to catalyze movement building for racial justice, and we do this in partnership with communities, organizations, and sectors to build strategies to advance racial justice in our policies, institutions, and cultures. And some of our projects include Facing Race, Color Lines, and the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, which many of you have spoken about earlier today. So the work in Monterey County is one that Race Forward often elevates around the nation. So often we talk about taking an ecosystem approach where community, government, nonprofits, philanthropy, and many others are coming together, in order to understand what it means to move racial equity forward in a really deep and authentic way. But there are a few places that we've been able to see where that has been done successfully. In Monterey County, racial equity is grounded in a collective understanding, a vision, collective action that works towards racially equitable goals and towards really improving the material conditions among communities of color. And this process is really driven by communities on the ground, those who are most impacted by disparate outcomes of racial equity. And what I've noticed in Monterey County is just this really deep commitment from various sectors to continue to work together. In many places, there are so many local jurisdictions that are grappling with what it means to, authentically engage community. But in Monterey County, I've seen the ways that community residents are seen as leaders and experts in moving this work forward and working in collaboration with local government. And I know that there's still a lot more that needs to be done. There's ways that, this work is a constant process. It continues to be, it's needed to be a conversation. But what I've seen is just this commitment to really make this a practice across organizations. And it's a really exciting direction and a really exciting project to be part of. And so Race Forward has been working with both local government and with community partners in Monterey County for several years now. But the current work is really focused on what we call place-based approach, which both Andrea and Rosemary have begun to speak about, and which is the image on the slide. This approach recognizes that in order to achieve structural racial equity, power must shift to communities of color. And to do that, we need to have a shared vision for racial equity, a shared understanding, really grounded in relationships, and tools for racial equity across the ecosystem of community, local government, community-based organizations, and other sectors and specific locations. And as a result of taking a place-based approach, communities can more effectively realize their collective vision to transform institutions and sectors to function as producers of racial equity, applying and adapting strategies to the unique social and political histories and conditions in their own communities. Currently in Race Forward, currently in Monterey County, Race Forward is working with TREMC, Facilitating Power, and others to hold this learning series that Andrea spoke to. And we're continuing to be adaptive based off of the current context, but really hope that these learning series will continue to deepen the relationship between local government and community residents. We'll clarify the roles of everyone involved and to determine tangible steps to move towards a racial equity vision. And so before I pass things back to Andrea, the opportunities that I see in Monterey County is to be really a leader around racial equity and to move real systemic change grounded in authentic community and government collaboration. And this requires a true commitment to center policies and practices in racial equity, to allocate the time and the resources, and ensure that this work moves forward. Racial equity is the role of everyone in Monterey County, and together across community residents, nonprofits, local government, and so many others, we can continue to see the ways that community are really leaders and decision makers for racial equity, and that Monterey County continues to elevate the role that local government plays, to really further racial equity or racial inequities, but that there really is a true investment to move towards this vision that, Andrea has really outlined. And so to really talk about next steps, I'm going to hand things back to Andrea.
Rosemary, can you skip to the next slide? So moving forward, we'll be working on strengthening the ecosystem approach, really working with the different sectors to continue to work around shifting these community engagement practices to center resident voice and power, and really translating what that learning looks like into action so that we're moving beyond just building consciousness and truly impacting and changing the lives of residents. And so we need deeper investment in this work, and we need a position dedicated to deepening this work across the institution as GRE continues to evolve and blossom. If we are to find lasting solutions, we can no longer ignore the relationship between racism and the deep inequities that exist in our nation and are manifested here in our county. And so we look forward to advancing a shared racial justice vision that centers the voice of those and voice and power of those most impacted by the inequities, and working to acknowledge, the harm that systems have inflicted in our communities in order to heal collectively. And so it will depend on all of us at the community and systems level to address structural racism, and really the courage to move in bold direction so that the communities across Monterey County can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Emmy. With that, I do want to bring on our colleague in the philanthropic and in the independent public agency, First Five Monterey County. I want to say that First Five has been a partner that has joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, the GARE cohort, twice in 2018 and 2019 as part of our government agency representing Monterey County at the Bay Area GARE cohort. We were the only county that brought an independent public agency or community representative to join our cohort. And I think that the dynamics were made richer, and the dialogue was enhanced by having the perspective of First Five Monterey County at the table throughout that process. So with that, I'd like to welcome Francine Rod.
Thank you, Rosemary, and good afternoon, Chair Lopez and supervisors. As Rosemary said, at First Five Monterey County, we're considered an independent public agency. Technically, we're a component unit of the county, and we're viewed as quasi-governmental and philanthropic. And so in those ways, we're able to kind of be in multiple different circles to help knit the work together. So next slide, please. So as Rosemary said, we started in the first year, we had 10% of our staff were participating. You see Nina Alcarez there. In year 2, we were both participating. That's me and her. And now in year 3, we have 100% of our staff participating in the TRIMC training. For me, that is the only thing that has had any positive side effects of the pandemic, was that instead of having to choose among staff to participate in this really exciting and important work, every single one of us, including the Bright Beginning staff, which you don't see here, were able to participate. And I really appreciate Rosemary for inviting us to participate in the first year, and for California Endowment for supporting the TRIMC effort to allow that to continue. So what we do is, after we have the training, the TRIMC training, we debrief, just us among staff, a couple of days afterwards to discuss, to push and pull, to hold conversations among ourselves as we grapple with what we're learning together. Because while we were doing this work, some of this work, all of our material were in Spanish, our trainings and meetings are interpreted. We have community participation, our strategic planning process. As you can see, we have a bilingual and multicultural staff in positions of leadership. And yes, that is nowhere near enough. And as you saw in the spectrum of community engagement, it's one thing to get input, it's one thing to consult, it's another thing to even have collaboration, but then to actually defer power and to defer to is another step that we ourselves are working on, and we hope you'll join us in that effort as well. Next slide, Rosemary. So what happened is that the virus has stopped us in our tracks long enough and hard enough for us to all see, I think, the root causes more deeply, to focus not on fixing the children and the families, but to really try and hold the systems more accountable, and to recognize that it's really the systems that are holding the problems in place. So we've been able to also participate with local funders and trainings around these discussions. And again, thanks to TCE, we're able to increase our knowledge and understanding of what really leads to action that's going to make systemic change. Now we're using language that makes it clear that the readiness of our children really depends on the readiness of our systems. So we use the R in race, the E in equity, the D in diversity, and the I in inclusion to talk about having our systems more ready for our children. And with that, we've begun to question everything. We're questioning the tools that were being used for assessments. Who were they designed by? Who were they designed for? And for what purpose? So both First 5 Monterey County and Bright Beginnings are going through a process of looking at questioning the approaches and the ways that we've been doing things just because we're learning that what we learned in school and what was just because was set up for a purpose that's not the purpose that we want to continue to install or happen in our community. We recognize that the time is now and that this is not a solo act. And as everyone's been saying, it requires all of our participation across all departments and processes with the philanthropic community and community voice. And discussions are being held now in tables across the county where we might be tempted to rush and check off the box for state or federal requirement. But what I want to do is invite us to push and to think deeply about these things. And it's not going to be easy, it's hard. And that's one of the reasons why it would be very useful to have someone who could continue to help us push and think through and question our various processes, procedures, and actions. As the quote down below says, you do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, you do better. That's what Maya Angelou said. And we have to remember that our children are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Francine. And now I would like to invite Lauren Padilla Valverde, who is our program officer with the California Endowment, to share of the vision of the endowment and the work that has been done statewide and how this is an impact for us locally as well. So Lauren, welcome. The floor is yours.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, Rosemary. Honorable Board of Supervisors, Chair Lopez, and community members of Monterey County. On behalf of the California Endowment, I want to acknowledge the remarkable leadership of today's presenters, both within government and in community alike. These efforts are the result of deep and long-term commitment to advancing a more racially equitable Monterey County and are well aligned with our foundation's commitment to a more just and equitable California. Over the past decade, the California Endowment has partnered with 14 communities all across California in a bold effort to invest in transformative leadership that usher in solutions to address some of our most pressing social and racialized inequities. Our focus was on moving away from solely addressing the symptoms like poverty, poor health, and educational outcomes, a reliance on punitive solutions, to a more deliberate focus on addressing and alleviating the structural root causes of these symptoms. In order to do that, we have had to acknowledge and address race and racism in America. While many communities were still not ready to be explicit about structural racism, here in this county, the community has bravely confronted it and insisted it be central to any strategy for healing and long-term solutions to ending these inequities. The November 2014 one-week gathering of 100 City of Salinas staff and community groups to learn and deepen understanding of racial equity and how to get to more equity, more prosperity together as government and community was a watershed moment. This event marked the start of governing for racial equity in this region. In my nearly 11 years working with this foundation and serving as this region's program officer, I continue to be moved by the persistent, groundbreaking, courageous leadership of this community. The speakers here today are at the vanguard of systems change. We are living in unprecedented times of deep income inequality and the largest wealth gap between white and Black communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has only just revealed how racism is a magnifier of historical and persistent, ever-present racialized inequities. It's harming Black, Brown, and Indigenous people and communities the most, but make no mistake, it harms all of us, physically, economically, and morally. Over the next 10 years, the California Endowment commits to continue deep investments that are about addressing the systemic root causes of inequities by continuing to build the leadership of those who are most impacted by inequities, to organize communities for long-term systems change, and also by investing and making grants to what we call a regional ecosystem of stakeholders like government, nonprofits, and education that are committed to advancing more racially just, fair, and equitable outcomes for all. I commend the partnerships between the County of Monterey, BHC TREMC, and First 5 Monterey County to advance a regional racial equity agenda. A special thanks to Rosemary Soto's vanguard leadership in the work at advancing racial justice and racial equity for the county. I urge you all to stay the course and continue to invest in and focus on the structural and the systemic root causes of these pervasive inequities, so that one day our children's children will truly live in a more equitable, sustainable, and just world. Thank you for being a model to communities all across California. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Pass it on to you, Rosemary. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And with that, I want to thank my colleagues, all of us who have worked closely together over the past few years. It has been my honor to be your partner in this work. And I do want to also thank and commend the Board of Supervisors for the foresight that they had to first adopt and initiate the Governing for Racial Equity Initiative in Monterey County, giving us the liberty to move forward in organizing ourselves and developing the best practices in which we can be a lot more cohesive in our effort to advance racial equity. You know, the process of normalizing the conversation around race is not easy. It is one that takes a lot of commitment, fortitude, integrity, and just being grounded in the work in terms of the reasons as to why we want to see this change and we want to move through this process. Normalizing that conversation about race has been a team effort. We are doing remarkable work, as you heard, throughout our county family, as well as externally, by bringing this wealth of knowledge, information, and experience that we've obtained over the past few years and sharing that with our colleagues outside of the county in different initiatives that are now moving forward and adopting racial equity practices within their work. And that is something that could not have been done without the support and the initiative of the Board of Supervisors and our County Administrative Officer. I also want to mention that, you know, the process of organizing ourselves does require an investment of time and energy and relationship building, because it is so critical for us to have that trust in each other and the trust in the work that we have and the ability to hold each other accountable to maintain the course and to continue to do this work. And operationalizing our behaviors and practices in everything that we do is critical. And it really, all of this work would be for nothing if we don't institute it in everything that we do. And in reality, every department within our county has the opportunity. There are clearly ways in which we can identify that we would be able to adopt and implement racial equity practices and the use of racial equity tools. And that is what this racial equity action plan aims to do. That is in essence its goal. And really the implementation of it is done not solely within the county, but in collaboration with our external community partners and with our community voices at its core. So with that, I will turn this over to the board with the recommendations that are brought to you at this point. And we are here to listen and answer any questions and address any of your concerns. So thank you very much, supervisors, for your time.
Thank you, Rosemary. So I want to see if the board has any questions before we go to the public for input. Questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. I'm going to go to the Zoom first. I see a hand raised by Alma Cervantes. Alma, we're going to go ahead and unmute your microphone and give you 2 minutes to share a public comment with this board.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alma Cervantes. I'm the Racial Equity Manager for Building Healthy Communities. And I just want to, uplift everything that was said in this presentation. It's just amazing to see this collaboration across systems, community, philanthropy, and that is centered around community needs and priorities. Just want to express the need to really centered authentic community engagement in everything that we do, that it's needed that we go from intention to impact, and really that our practices reflect that. So I do want to invite everyone to really take a deeper look into what we have as platforms to engage community. I think that's something that we have learned during this time of pandemic, is that, again, the most vulnerable and oppressed people of color are still on the marginalized situations that we're facing now. And the only way that we're going to come with collective solutions for those realities is by bringing them in conversation, and believe that they're a critical partner to sustainable solutions. As well, I want to invite you all to reimagine what public health would look like across the county. And this requires a deeper investment in collaboration across systems, that we see education, the accountable intersectionality of how it impacts our community when we are not in communication and collaboration. So this is urgent in our society right now. This is a collective responsibility of everyone, and we need to start strategizing, having conversations together to make sure that we have an impact on the well-being and health of our community that becomes something positive. So I just want to thank everyone for the space and the time, and looking forward as a community partner to collaborate more with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. I'm going to go to Cesar Lara next. Mr. Lara, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself, share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara, kind of as I usually do, wear multiple hats, and as the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council and also with Milpa, I want to thank the leadership of not just the Board of Supervisors, but the county staff and the community partners that have been working on these issues of racial equity. And with all the issues that we confront, it was great to hear from the staff on what the feedback has been from the members of the staff, of the county staff that have gone through this, and asking the critical questions of, what is their department doing and what can they do better. Great move in regarding to starting the brown bag lunch kind of program, where you have kind of colleagues talking to each other about issues of race and class, and definitely the interaction with what one of your staff called infinity groups, but kind of working groups, and ensuring that you have interconnection with staff. And really want to thank the Board of Supervisors, want to urge them to support this plan that's being put forward, and also for the community partners like Building Healthy Communities and First Hybrid, then working on this. And the board has shown a lot of leadership on a number of issues, everything from Esperanza Care to the conversation we just had last week around pesticide, the issues about criminal justice, and definitely the issues around labor. And those are really close to the issues I work with, and really want to thank the board, the staff, and the community partners that have been putting a lot of time and energy into these critical issues that I think are going to set the county apart from other counties, and really want to praise the work that you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. We're going to go to Pamela Weston next.
Blessings I've ever had was to be from 2014 a part of all of this. In dealing with the endowment, they don't sow in racial equity into projects, they do it into people. My greatest thing was when someone from King City was able to walk with me through the Enlace to the Capitol, and he realized he was there. And who we are and what we're doing, why we even need a racial equity officer, is because people like Rose Moreno, people like Cesar Chavez, it's like not who we are, but how we do things. I sat in circles, and in the circles, it was for honoring the elders, the children, the women. But we always had a chair for the one that is missing and the one that came before us. And with the endowment, they invested in us. And 10 years ago, we weren't talking to each other. We're now from implementation to who we are. And with my son and my grandchildren, we're multicultural. We don't live in a black and white society. We live up with the people. My son died in 2014 by a train, but the whole community, Melpa, Juan Carlos with the art, CCA, the VFW, everybody lifted me up when I would have never made it. And I've been part of asking for the voice of the voiceless. We were the Colectivo de Mujeres. We went where the youth were. Before the youth, they said that we were the most uneducated, most violent, most poor. No, we're not. The heritage of racial equity is to sow into the heritage that we already have, and race forward is to realize we have what we need. Now, si se puede. Si se puede. I'm standing because the endowment put the money in me, and I worked for the Action Council. I went in East Salinas, but now I get to stand for King City too, because where Chris can't stand, I am Supervisor Lopez. I am all of you supervisors. Please help us to make racial equity, investment in the heritage, the teaching, the tools of the National Compadres, the endowment, and Monterey County. We are already doing this, but today is historic. Si se puede.
Thank you,
especially
Pamela.
for Black Lives Matter, because my family is multicultural, and Dred McCall was Creole Geach. So we don't have a race, we have a heritage, and black is not black until we see everybody's heritage from Haiti, Jamaica, everywhere in between. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. With that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I first of all wanted to thank and commend all our staff and their leadership, the different department heads, because this work seems to have grown among and embraced by many more of our county staff leaders, and I want to commend them for that, because not every county is doing this. And just in my first term as a supervisor, I'm able to see how many more of our county leaders have taken this on and have gave their input and insight to really institutionalize the very principles that we're talking about. And I often say that good local government should reflect the people that we serve. And even though it wasn't included in the presentation, I mean, Monterey County today is just over 70% people of color. So, I mean, very different than where the county was at 20 years ago or 50 years ago. The demographics have certainly changed. And so with that comes an evolving and an evolution in local government, so that, and that it has to be intentional. Things that just don't happen by themselves. Any change in our nation and at every level of government comes because people intentionally work to advance justice and changes and protocols. And in this case, we're trying to institutionalize it so we better serve the diverse residents of our county in future years. And I think this is a legacy project that will last for decades to come. But it also better ensures that we're going to better serve our residents, that our county employees are going to reflect the residents of our county, and that we're going to be very intentional on how we make better decisions so that we serve everyone. And I think that when we make it a principle that we serve our most vulnerable and the communities that have historically been neglected in our county, then we are trying to correct the injustices of the past. And I think this has been long overdue. So I want to just express my support in the work that have been done, and even our district attorney's office. I think it's probably the first district attorney's office doing this work. Maybe there's others, but certainly the leadership of our current DA and her leadership team, who have embraced some of these principles. And I think in the end, really exemplifying leadership, but also our many other departments that are doing our work, our public health department, among others, that are really, I think we have to take our hats off and salute them for this. But I think there's more work to do. And certainly with the support of the foundations and our community partners, I think we've been able to take this much further. And I think that we should continue to see the progress that is made, but also when those decisions come before us or in our policy committees or in our budget committees, that we continue to make it a practice of institutionalizing those decisions as well. So I just wanted to certainly make a motion at the right time, but I want to move this item, but also reflecting the previous comments that we made just about a commitment about a new decision, that I just think at this point that's premature, but certainly leaving the door open to exploring how this might work financially, and perhaps combining other duties to create a position where those duties are included in a permanent position in our county. And I think that's fair. And I think that should be explored and then brought back at a future date. So, Mr. Chair, at the right time, I'd like to make the motion to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Before we go there, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Adams?
Yes, thank you very much. I too just really want to express my thanks to the fantastic presentation this was, and all of the different facets that we have throughout the county of people who are engaged in this process under the leadership of Rosemary Soto has really been impressive. I'm just so delighted that we are doing this work. And I just have two comments that I want to make, because I think both are really important. One is that I believe we have to work both from the bottom up as well as the top down to ensure that we really have the firm base and support to be able to move forward with this work. So my hope is that as we look at who the staff are that can participate in the GARE cohorts, or who can work on the strategic projects, that we make that available to all staff throughout the entire county. Because I think sometimes we get the best information and the best ideas from the people who are actually embedded within our county at levels that we don't usually look to for leadership and direction. So my hope is that we might send an invitation out to everyone and with their a question, why do you want to do this? And tell us, your reasons, sort of thing. And then secondly, I really feel and hope that our board can take more of a leadership role in the county's racial equity work. I'm really delighted that my chief of staff has been able to be engaged with the work. It's really important, and I've supported that for quite some time. But I think, as I had just mentioned, it has to be both from the top and from the bottom up. So perhaps as you're thinking forward to what this will look like in another couple of years, you may think of what the role is that the board could take and how we could be most helpful in ensuring that the vision you've laid out, the plan that you've put forward will work. So thank you again. And I feel like the Chief Racial Equity Officer is a very logical position. We'll have to work on the funding for it. But I thank you again, Rosemary, so much for everything that you've done in this regard. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, thank you. It was an excellent presentation. And thank you, Rosemary, and all the other people. And I think it was, even though we brought it up kind of because we had this commitment on the funding request, but I think it's important to see what we have been doing in this county and working. I think our county is probably further ahead than any other county I can think of. And maybe I don't know them all, but working in conjunction with California Endowment, and they've been a big push. I know I went to a racial equity event in Seattle, Washington, and we learned a tremendous amount about it. And it's impressive everything our county's doing. Obviously, we could probably do more, but working together with the private sector, I think and the public sector makes a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I want to briefly share a few comments. Last night after reading this item and going through some of the work that's come up, I was reflecting back on my first experiences with GRE and specifically going even further back to the evolution and creation of BHC on the east side of Salinas. At the time, I was an aide in the Office of Supervisor Salinas who opened a lot of doors for me, and one of those was the opportunity to be on that ground floor with BHC, sitting in those cafeterias on the east side, learning about this new effort coming to town and what it was going to help us do and help our community realize about themselves. From that point forward, there's been a lot of lessons. I mean, there was silos at the time and factions, but what's come out of that is really growth, not just for us in leadership positions, but for the community, to watch them gain their feet, balance themselves, and then learn where their voice is and begin to use it. And that's that value that for us as leaders, part of this lesson is learning to use our ears to those voices in our community that are asking for change. And so through the work that I've been very lucky enough to participate with through First Five, also doing a conference in Seattle like Supervisor Phillips mentioned, and learning more about what that work means that needs to be done on the individual and the self to be able to see what that value brings for the entire community when that work is done is critical. And it reminds me of the work, thinking last night of reading the report and looking back on the unfortunate recent passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The quote that I shared last week, which was real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time, as well as if you're going to change things, you have to be with the people who hold the levers. And that's where, when I look at the folks now who are holding the levers, who aren't just holding them, but listening and using those ears that they've developed to help make change for our community in the ways that it's needed, I'm so appreciative of this report and the polished product that was brought forward by Rosemary and every single partner, and that's what they are. They are partners. I know that it's truly a round table where everybody sees each other as an equal, and that's critical. Where we sit at the local government level, we impact people's lives every single day, often in ways that they don't understand. And it's the street light. It's a pothole. It's where's that next office going to go where I need services, and why isn't it here in my community? Why do I have to travel 60 miles to a courthouse? They're conversations we've had that we experience every single day, and the policies that this work informs permeate our entire community. And so I'm extremely appreciative of every partner around the table, and I'm going to be honest, the work's going to continue. It's not over, and nobody feels like, hey, we've reached the top of the mountain. We've set up camp just for a few minutes here to look back and reflect on the work and the climb that we've had thus far, but the work continues. And I agree that, you know, we need to take this time to reflect on what we've accomplished and look at this position and how we can craft it to help do more for our community and help accomplish more on behalf of the people that we serve, are lucky enough to serve every single day. So looking at all the pieces put together here, you know, I'm going to be willing to support the motion and that Supervisor Alejo put forward, with that same caveat of needing to go back and do a little more work on how that position gets crafted to have maximum impact here in Monterey County. So those are my thoughts at this point. I want to turn it over. I know our CAO has some comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would say is that racial equity and the elimination of bias, implicit bias, overt bias, these are issues of foundational importance. You know, they're structural importance for success. Diversity, as we know, is a bonus. It's actually a plus, and is something that is seen in the most successful organizations. What's most heartening about the presentation today is the collaboration that's happened, the broad-based support, how extensive it is through the county. But I think, as you said, Chair Lopez, we're not there yet. We want to make this type of program irrelevant, but it's still relevant now. We still have a ways to go to get to the top of that mountain. You know, that's the commitment from me as the county administrative officer to help make that happen, to take the leadership of the board and drive it into the changes that we're seeking here and that are being presented as part of this program. I would request, as part of that motion, that there be some direction to potentially bring it back, or not potentially, to bring the issue of the position itself that's being proposed to the HR committee of the board. I think that sounds like the most appropriate. It's HHS, not HR, sorry, HHHS committee, sorry, of the board. It seems like that's the appropriate spot for it, as well as working with our human resources department. That's where the HR came in. The human resources department in making sure that the creation of the position is done with the right HR processes, studies, and all those kinds of things. So if the motion maker would agree to have that as part of the motion, that we go back through the HHS committee, I think that would be appropriate.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, so then the motion would be to approve our racial equity plan. I think that's the only action. And then also on this position that we further explore the position, that it would go back to our Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee, and working with the HR department, and that work will be brought back to the full board for consideration at a future date.
I'll second that.
And Mr. Chair, just additional comments. I did want to just make clear that in some of these equity principles, I hope that in the future, as both Supervisor Lopez and I and Supervisor Phillips have expressed numerous times in the past, I hope that in the future, when it comes to budget and road repair decisions and lighting, that we also address those communities and be very explicit about addressing the needs of places like Castroville and San Nardo, San Lucas, and Chular, that everyone in the county knows those communities have been neglected for far too long. And so when we talk about these principles, the training is good. I mean, all these things are great for having just a better local government, better employees. Our employees will be happier. It avoids problems that happen in government, but also that in the future, those communities that we know who they are, that in the future we could make an effort to better address their needs, especially at a time when we did have resources to do so, that we do that follow through. And I just wanted to express that because I know we brought it up numerous times But this is, I hope that in the next few years that we actually make that real for many of those communities, that they actually start seeing tangible changes happening on their streets and their sidewalks and their lighting, because the need has been there for far too long, and frankly, it's unacceptable, and we can do better, little by little, not everything overnight, but certainly in phases, we can start making some changes in these disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Before I call for the vote, I do just want to, that reminded me of one key issue. And, you know, when I look back on why I get to sit here today and advocate for my community, it's because somebody gave me a chance, somebody gave me an opportunity, and somebody opened a door to show me how important this work is. That person is Supervisor Salinas, a former supervisor. And, you know, the reason he originally ran for office was he needed a stop sign and couldn't get anybody to put in a stop sign on the east side of Salinas. That was the reason he ran for office. So the issues continue. They look a little different, but the work is still needed. Just going back to that point, and again, want to reflect on those that have paved the way to put us here today as we talk about the shoulders we stand upon and why that chair sits in the Círculo, giving people that opportunity. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. With that, the motion carries. Thank you all very much. I'm going to check with County Council, see if we have anything to report out of closed session.
Nothing to report out today, Chair.
Thank you. And we have to adjourn in memories of. We're going to start with Charles McKee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's with a heavy heart when we do these adjourn in memory, and it's no difference today. That I would like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of Patty Lord Millay. Patty was married to Gary Millay, our manager of Office of Emergency Services. And Patty sounds like an amazing woman. I didn't know her personally, but obviously know Gary. And if she helped make Gary who he is, then obviously she was an amazing woman. Patty was had to battle ALS, and for anybody who knows that disease knows that it can be very challenging and it's very draining. But Patty obviously was pretty strong in dealing with that. Patty had 4 grown kids. I think she has 3 sisters. I believe they're in Watsonville. I think so. I think they're pretty close by. Patty had a great career as the director of admissions and records for Cal State University Northridge, where she was also a student originally, and then moved her way up. I think it's most important to note that what I've heard is that she's been described, as funny, smart, clever, and kind, and that's just a great way to remember somebody. Patty was surrounded by Gary and family and friends as she passed and over these last several months, and we just want to recognize her and give our support to one of our county family, Gary Millay. And I think Mr. Chulos might want to make a couple of comments also.
Mr. Chulos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to sort of piggyback on what Charles had to say, I never had the pleasure of meeting Patty. Gary came to work for us, I think, about 2 years before Patty was able to retire and move up here. I didn't get to know Patty, but I do know Gary, and he's the kind of person who worked 110% at his job every day, and then went home to help with Patty's care, every night. And I'm sure he gave, knowing Gary, I'm sure he gave 110%. And I think that people tend to attract people in their lives who are sympathetic or complimentary. And I can only imagine, knowing Gary, that what Charles said about Patty being smart, funny, and with a zest for life, I'm sure that applied to Patty. So and I just want to stand here in support of Gary as a member of our county family in this time of his loss, and really recognizing Patty for the woman that I'm sure she was, quite amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chulos. When we think about loss in the county family, it really impacts us all. And Gary's, this year in particular, with the pandemic and the fires, has been there for every single resident. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to show him that we're here for him. And in his hardest times and his darkest hour, he's been there for us, and we're reciprocating and just wanting to express to him our gratitude. And, as we mourn the passing of his wife, we also want to make sure he knows that we thank him for all that he does for us and all that she sacrificed so he could do that. And with her passing, it is appropriate for us to adjourn in her memory today, and so that's what we will do. And at this point, I want to turn it over to Supervisor Adams, who will let us know about our second adjourn in memory of.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. It is with a very, very heavy heart that I ask us to adjourn in memory of Lorna Wonderman Monroe, who died Sunday at 5 o'clock. She valiantly fought the most aggressive cancer our local oncology group had ever seen in our community. She battled for 12 months and 3 weeks. Lorna graduated from Cal Berkeley, where she also received her master's in public health. She was a gifted teacher. Algebra was her specialty. She had the ability through teaching and tutoring to demystify math for even the most challenged students. She received accolades from students, colleagues, and parents alike, praising her success, not just in helping children achieve math excellence, but in changing their lives. Her students were regularly among the top award winners in regional math competitions, which she always attended, championing her students and building their self-esteem. Lorna was also an ace tennis player, known for her fierce competitive nature, as well as her ability to size up an opponent, quickly identify the weak spot, and then apply that math strategy to strategically play to the win. She was a selfless, lively, brilliant, funny, resourceful woman. In addition to the hundreds of students whose lives she enriched, her extended family, her mom, her 2 brothers, she leaves behind her husband, her beloved daughter, Katie, and me, her best friend. All of us are heartbroken and sorrowful in more ways than I can even explain, but we're moving forward in the way that we all know she would want us to do. It's in her honor that we adjourn this meeting today. Thank you.
And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.